Hello, good morning, good day, depending where you're located. Round 5 of Sharjah Masters 2025 with you once again, as I guess already every day. We have Women International Master Raluca Sgîrcea and me Grandmaster Tom's Kantans. So, hello.
Hi everyone. How are we doing today? I think we're going to have a very exciting round. What do you think, Toms?
I don't have any doubts about that whatsoever, but yesterday's round did pick the pretty high kind of level, and yeah, it's gonna be challenging for players to beat the excitement that we saw yesterday during the round. But who knows? Maybe they surprise us.
I think so. And I think, well, after yesterday's round, at least I expect Indjic to be a little bit tired. It was such a tough game, very complicated, and he managed to win in time trouble. His opponent was trying to make the most of the game, trying to win all the time. Very fighting player. But that backfired in the end. It was one of the last games to finish. It was a very challenging game, and today he's facing Giri, so not a trivial opponent. Nothing easy about it.
Yeah, not a walk in the park, I guess. Indeed, he's gonna have to be playing on 100% today with black pieces against Giri, who's now had, I guess, 2 games in a row seemingly out of nothing, just a win. I guess that's
Yeah,
just. I guess it just shows the level when you just play in a casual way and you make the wins look easy. It's not usually the case that opponents are doing something terrible. No, it's just that you are playing very, very well and everything is just coming on its own.
it makes you feel like you could do it yourself in your games. You just
Yeah.
sit on the board and things like that will happen.
How is it for you from your experience? Do you encounter the situation that you don't really understand why you win the games? That it's just you just play the moves and the games just are won and won and won?
I get that feeling sometimes. Sometimes games are very tough and they take a lot of energy to win. But sometimes, especially when I expect for the game to be a tough game, I get surprises and I feel like in reality it was an easy game. And it's not because my opponent blunders something, but it's just like it felt easy to play and somehow converted to a win. Of course, the opposite is also true. I'm expecting myself sometimes to put greater opposition against stronger players, and I feel like I lose too easy. So
Yeah, it's much nicer when you're from the winning side, and that
yeah,
happens, of course. And yeah, we can take a look at today's at the standings as it is for today's before today's round. So we have 2 players on 3.5 out of 4. They'll be meeting on board 1. That's Anish Giri and Alexander Indjic. And then we have a group with 3 out of 4, but the group is actually not as big as
as
expected.
yesterday,
Yeah.
we have only 10 people on 3 points.
Yeah, only 10 and only till the position number 12. And yeah, so we have there some names that we already have seen quite a lot during the broadcast because the people have been playing on the top boards. And also we see not Abdul Satorov that he has returned to the group in the standings, let's say that on the first page. And yeah, and most of the people that we saw from the previous rounds as well. And
And then we
tops,
have a very big group with 2.5 from number 13. I see here until 28. So anything can still happen. They're
yeah,
very
we have
close.
they're all just here continuing the group. Yeah, all the people on 2.5 out of 4, and anybody can catch up with the leaders still. Also from this group, and in this type of tournament with so many draws, even somebody who is still on 2 out of 4 if he goes on a winning streak, very, very quickly can end up being among the leading group.
For sure. It's a tough tournament and it's not so easy to score. For sure, not every day. I
Yeah,
actually
that
expect the first board to be somewhat quiet today.
really. I actually would expect that maybe it's not going to be fireworks, but I would expect that Giri is going to be looking to use the fact that maybe he has more energy now after a bit more relaxed rounds in a way that he was not under pressure, and exploit the fact that Indjic had such a thriller yesterday as a game.
He's
When
also playing with the white pieces today, so I'm sure that he will try.
we'll try. Do you think we're gonna see a Benoni again?
No, I think this time it will be, like I said, a little more solid opening.
So not a Benoni line,
Mm.
yeah, like yesterday. Uh, I don't know if you
But
had
who knows? Sorry.
did you have a chance to check after the round their game, the one we were following?
With a computer, I mean, I
Yeah,
didn't. I didn't do that.
yeah. So the
How?
things that we were speaking about were not very wrong. So that's very nice to very nice to always check how completely off. Yeah, you've been with your analysis during the commentary, but yeah, we're doing quite well, and indeed, there was a moment after c4 when the advantage could have been secured, but it was with none of the moves that we considered. It was neither queen e4, not queen e3, not queen e2, but it was queen d1. I mean,
Wow. Why? Why to D1?
just that the queen would not be disturbing the rook and it would not be under tempos of rook b2. Just out of the way.
But it felt like it doesn't create any threats or anything from D1. It felt like you wanted to be somewhere close to the king, maybe to the back rank in that position. Such a strange position.
Yeah, it's just crazy. And the idea is that we are threatening rook e7. So I think he
Hmm.
wanted to do the same by playing queen d2, but just he allowed this rook b2 tempo. And without all those ideas of rook hanging on a1 and the c pawn running, yeah, white actually had an advantage there.
Very
So
interesting.
yeah, it's crazy stuff. And then he had a winning position in one moment, and he just needed to stop the f pawn from coming. When that pawn was on f5, he just needed to go queen d8, stop f6, and the game was over.
So the takeaway from yesterday's games is just bring your queen back to the starting position and you'll be fine. Yes?
Exactly.
Just find the right moment to do that.
So yeah, that's what was happening in the game, and then of course there was a draw for a very, very long time till the very end. According to the engines, there was a defense, and we already have the round starting today. So
And
unless
I don't know if bad or good news for you, we're not going to have a Benoni on the first board.
we still might,
The reversed. Okay. Yes.
but just the reversed one, yeah. But I don't think that's gonna be the choice of Anish Giri here, so we can just jump to the board. Why no Venoni? Because pretty opening has been played, or as we already figured out, the King's Indian attack. Okay, and now,
Knight of 6. What's your guess?
yeah,
D5?
Knight f6 would be my guess, but no, Bishop g4, the very uh, classical approach, I guess, against Bishop g4 is the move that is very much aimed specifically against the setup, like with an ideas. Of course, black can play in any way, and still by doing correct moves later, nothing special is going to be happening. But Bishop g4 is the move that is like specifically aimed against the early g3 and no fight for the center. So now we're going to see the line with knight d7, I assume, if he so convincingly went for it. No, still with c6 or e6? E6, yeah.
E6.
Okay, so very by the book approach. And And I guess the question will be, will Anish Giri now go for some lines with c4 and enter some more forced theoretical stuff, or he is still going to continue in the manner of playing very, very slow?
Castles. He's not yet showing his cards, I guess.
You might see something like a reversed Grunfeld defense maybe after some c5, d4.
Could be, but I expect to see knight f6 and wait for white to play perhaps c4. I expect knight f6, bishop out, castles first.
Yeah, or alternatively still it could be knight d7 to meet c4 with a very calm c6 and not to have to worry about anything on the queen side, because then we just have a very safe queen b6 to answer that. If his approach is to play solid game, then it could be also... he could choose also this approach. Of course, he's now just sitting and trying to choose what to play and decide.
This time what kind of setup I assume. It's what Anish could try. As we were talking in the previous rounds, perhaps trying to remember what games his opponent had, what he has played before. Trying to remember what games he remembers in this line, what
Yeah.
he wants to go for. What
Yeah.
is going on Abdul Satorov's game? Because now we see him in the live boards. We haven't seen him so far. So I'm curious to see how he will do today.
Yeah, I saw him on round 1, but yeah, not since
You are
then.
privileged.
What? They're discussing something? What happened there? Oh, could it be that white offered a draw? No, cannot be. It's
So
white to
soon?
move. No, it's white to move. Well,
It's white to move. Yeah.
yeah, but there is no rule that prohibits draws, since we saw some quick draws in the previous rounds as well. Agreed, way before move 20. But no, it's... Can it be? That would be crazy.
Maybe Nodirbek offered a draw because white is taking his time here to think.
Yeah, in the position
Um,
actually where there is no
one
move.
move.
Yeah.
There's only one move, bishop h4. So unless he's actually thinking about a draw offer here, he wouldn't really have any reason to be thinking about anything.
Yeah, maybe as we already mentioned, Abdul Satorov came to this tournament directly from another event, another super strong event, so he must be tired. And now that he has caught up with the group a little bit, maybe he's looking to have a rest day with black pieces. He had tough fights, all the games also in this tournament. He had like very long ones, and it can be happening that the tiredness catches up with you. And since it's exactly mid mark of the tournament, so in the middle of the tournament, maybe he wants a rest day.
It certainly looks like that, yeah. And white is thinking seriously about the draw offer. So I don't know. What do you think? Will he take it? Will he go for it?
I think that he doesn't want to take it, but then he's gonna take it.
I think he's going to take it as well, yeah.
Simply the
It's
rating
like,
difference and everything. Yeah, just...
right. It's like, yeah, I would like to play this game, but on the other hand, I'm playing such a strong player, and maybe it's going to be a draw anyway.
Yeah, but
I'm
then
just
again,
gonna
it's
be more
like...
tired.
But then if you think, just if the tournament is also your chance to really be working on chess and developing as a player, then by accepting a draw like this, you miss out on a chance to have a game with that kind of level player. And this kind of chances, they don't occur very often. They sometimes come,
That's true.
but yeah, they don't occur very often.
What do you
Uh,
think about draw offers and allowing draws under 30 moves? I've seen different opinions. People sometimes say that people shouldn't even be talking to each other during the games, that draw offers shouldn't be allowed. And then it's the 30 moves rule, which I think is somewhat meeting everyone in the middle. We allow draw offers, but not by offering a draw. What do you think?
I like when there's no draw offer. Really, I really like it, and I play my games generally by that strategy. I don't offer draw, and just in case my opponent offers draw, then I would just seriously consider what is happening, but rarely just, for example, take it. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's actually what happens in our family as well. I don't usually offer draws. It's not that I don't know. I guess it's out of habit. It's not because of anything. Um, if my opponent offers, maybe I will think about it, but I never really offer draws very fast. And Ranier is of the opinion that draw offers should completely be banned. If it's a draw, it's a draw.
yeah, I mean, I have this
That's a
rule.
bit that's a bit exaggerated, yeah, but yeah.
I have this rule for myself as well that I just never offer a draw unless the game is like really over. It's just like over the game, and it's like only type of draw offer that is fine for me to offer is the kind that where both players they don't anymore need to agree on a draw. It's basically you lift your
Hmm.
hand to shake opponent's hand, and that it's instantly answered in the same way.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's easier to play. I think it's actually easier to play because a lot of as well like students with who I work with, they have this struggle later on in the game, like oh I could have offered the draw, or here my opponent offered the draw and I didn't take, and I lost, and I could have had this point, and that actually really disturbs your game, just from the mental aspect. Like later on, like if you don't have to think about the fact whether you should offer a draw now or no, then you can just focus on the game entirely. And yeah, and that's just one thing less to worry about during the game, and that's always helpful the more focused we can be.
It's also, I find it kind of double-edged when you make a quick draw. We see that Adam didn't agree on a draw here and he played bishop h4 because yes, you get a rest day, but on the other hand, if you're in the tournament and you just got into the tournament mood and you're focused, a quick draw can sometimes take you out of that mindset and just okay, maybe a free day is not exactly good at that point.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the player and how used to playing they are. And I would expect that somebody like Abdul Satorov, who is playing so many events, that it doesn't really get them out of the rhythm so much. But against somebody who is approaching chess maybe differently, less professionally, yeah, it can be, I think, making a big difference.
I think it would be fun to see a game between you and Renier. Nobody will offer a draw, and you guys would be there for 7 hours fighting it out.
Yeah, even just now as well, like I was playing some game in Latvian Championship just in the beginning of the month, and the game that finished in a draw. Okay, one finished in a draw was in an endgame with threefold repetition when both sides just if they play on they lose, and the other game finished with just literally two kings on the board, and also
Nice.
yeah, the kind of draws that happen.
I think even if you have the 30 moves rule, it's very difficult to stop people from making draws. Whoever wants to make a draw will find a way.
Yeah, and it was an interesting experience. I was playing and in Canada in a tournament last summer, and they made it that yeah, draw offers are illegal. At any point
Oh,
during the game, there is no draw offer whatsoever.
I didn't know that could be done. We actually had in this tournament that we organized in Spain that last week. You are allowed to make draws under 30 moves, but you will get penalized for making draws under 30 moves. So that would be the first tie break. And you start with the tie break is 0 for everyone, but every time you make a draw, it deducts half a point. So there would be people with minus 0.5, and that kind of affects your final standings.
And would people still do it?
Yes.
Oh wow. Okay, that is. I would think that everybody would manage to withstand it till move 30 in that case.
No, no. We still had a lot of, well, a lot, not a lot, but we had quite a few quick draws.
Yeah, that's a nice way to try to fight against this kind of stuff, and I completely can understand it, especially from the organizers' perspective, and like in events like this as well. That yeah, you have a live broadcast, you have everything set up very nicely, and then people are just gone in 10 minutes.
We want them there at least for 1 hour, yeah.
Yeah, and we want them to be forced to think, and at least and sure, it's possible to make a draw out of the opening. There are a lot of lines to do that,
Yeah,
but that means that players need to cooperate and to be agreed to play something the same line before the game, and that's I think that doesn't
illegal.
happen really that often. Yeah, it happens obviously, but it is illegal technically because it's prearranged result.
So we are going to see a fight here. We saw bishop h4, and the move was bishop to e6, right?
Yeah,
From black.
and now he's thinking which setup to go for with the white further on. Probably the fighting approach is something connected with castle 95 and f4,
Yeah,
or the calm approach, which is the calm approach here.
maybe bishop g3, but no, I'm expecting something like 95 in castles.
Maybe queen b3, trying to provoke some queen b6 and exchange of the queens and playing some endgame. Maybe that's a calm approach. I'm not sure.
But is black forced to play queen b6? Not really, no? If
No, no.
he wants to fight it out, I'm sure he can find ways.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, b5.
Can just go for it aggressively immediately. Um, okay, so they're gonna be taking their time on deciding what's gonna happen here, and maybe let's take a look now quickly also at board 3 because
Yeah,
maybe this is the board which is gonna be giving us the sharp game of the round since it's Sicilian, open Sicilian.
looks like it.
So we can take a look at the opening. So Khan variation, something that does not happen too often on the top level, but maybe one playing against somebody out of 2700 club. The Maxadlu is okay to try this kind of fighting approach of the game, and not opting for setups with c4 and Marazzi bind, which are kind of like rather bulletproof, safe ways how to play out these games, like against Khan. But yeah, going for knight c3 and a more uh, dynamic game, I would say, simply. Okay, the bishop on a7 is just super powerful, so that's why most of the lines in this line after knight b3, bishop a7 are connected at some point with exchange of this dark square bishop because it's just really disturbing white. And now 97, and yeah, as opposed like in the c4 lines, we see long castle rather rarely, but now we can get into relatively normal Sicilian structure by long castle. And b4 played relatively fast as well, and now white is thinking.
I think this game is going to be sharp, especially because Ehram is I think he's a very aggressive player. From the games that I've seen him play, he played in Benidorm last December, where I played. He had crazy positions usually, and I think in this tournament he also had some aggressive games, some dynamic games. So I would say that he probably enjoys this, but Parham also enjoys them.
Yeah, this is the kind of game that, of course, as any game, it can still finish just with an easy draw, but that can also be lost with either side because it's just a very sharp and fighting chess. Okay, so here with the bishop on a7, what happens like in ideal scenario for white is the fact that d6 pawn is no longer defended by the bishop, which would usually stay on e7. So white can try to exert some pressure along the d file and try to win the pawn or provoke some weaknesses and stuff. But black is just saying that he has enough counter game and activity, just that he wouldn't need to care about this pawn so much. f4 would be, I think, the classical approach here.
I was going to ask you if we should expect f4 here.
But I don't think it's the best. I think it's just something that most people play here, like f4 and then... Yeah, I don't really know these positions without c4, since c4 always seems so appealing, so pleasant, that you just put it on the board and then you see what happens. Yeah, and something like this is can be expected, and then there are probably a lot of tactics connected with the knight hanging on a4, but in the same time black's position is kind of funny looking with the pawn really being on d6 so weak.
And with the bishop on d7 now. Usually that bishop goes to b7. No, it's a completely different setup.
Yeah, bishop on b7 is when we common, but I think it could be that bishop on b7 would be making sense when we have knight on f6 and we can fight for the e4 square.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe with a knight on e7, the bishop is not really that useful on b7. And why it comes to d7 is that, yeah, it attacks something and it can support maybe also some potential queenside attack a little bit more, while on b7 it's in the way of the rook and not able to maybe support the attack. But those are just my guesses on why maybe bishop there. Okay, so he took on a7, which was another way to approach it. And now after queen e3, just queen e3, not to win the rook, but simply after b4 to have space for knight on e2. Or actually after b4 to prepare knight d5, and so that after capture, then the rook would be hanging. So eliminating, I guess, b4 as too good of a move. And now we have e5 quickly played. What do you expect to be played here next? Which direction to go for white?
I don't know if f4 immediately can still work. I guess so.
f4,
It
yeah.
could work.
Without the square on e5.
Knight g6 and knight e5 maybe.
Or knight e5 immediately, simply.
And the rook can go to d7, so I guess d6 is not so problematic for black.
Yeah, I would really like for knight not to be on e5.
So then we should go g3 and f4.
The g3, yeah, it seems very logical, especially that also knight from e7 could want to go to g6, and then we're also ready to attack it with h4, h5. I like this move.
Now bishop e6, f4 looks a little bit unpleasant, maybe.
Yeah, here we'll like, I guess we need to be a bit accurate. Maybe simple castle f4.
And on f4.
And then we are ignoring it for now. And thinking how to start our own attack.
I was wondering if we could prepare d5 somehow. It would be
Yeah,
nice, but there are a
it
lot of
would.
things to prepare before that is possible. Like a rook on d7 would be really good.
Yeah, it would be very nice to do it. But also, I guess this is just simply out of the question completely. Since we don't have a nice square for the rook. On b7 we drop the a6 pawn? Or do we? Can I play rook b7?
And on bishop takes?
Just go back.
Oh,
And try to get a2.
oh, okay. And there's no tactical ideas with the rook on a7?
Yeah,
For
here we can take
example,
with that.
that and bishop b5, but the rook is protected. Okay, on bishop b5.
Yeah. Well, we can take on c8.
Well, yeah. Knight takes is forced? No. Queen takes is also possible, but
And then knight takes
then you
c7 could
take,
be
rook
very
takes,
nice.
and rook d6. Yeah. So I have to take with a knight. And now you
King
could.
b1,
Okay.
just to defend it. Doesn't look good. Knight is ready to defend on a2 from c1. So,
Not enough compensation for the pawn on a6. Actually, it feels like we have to be a little bit careful with black.
yeah, so I guess on b4, and also rook d7 seems to be kind of strange now. Especially also bishop c4 is simply available, even if you don't have that. Yeah, this is just nice for white. Very, very nice. With this kind of control over the most important squares. So b4 is not ready.
What? Okay, bishop e6 would be met by f5
Yeah,
and
that
then
would.
f6. And that would be really terrible.
Yeah. What about rook d7 right now? If d5 looks nice, then let's try to be
To
ready
play
for it.
d5, no?
Yeah, no, especially with the queen on e3, it could be very cool move to play.
But maybe knight d5 is still an option here. So what did he play?
He played f4.
f4, okay.
Yeah, the position of with the knight on e5, of course, is never going to be bad for white. It's just that one of those positions, usually when in these structures these pawns get exchanged, it's very, very hard to find an idea that would be really working out for white and to create any danger for black. But from the other hand, if you remove e5 pawn, we win back the d4 square for the other knight, and also white needs to worry much, much less about potential black's attack.
Yeah, but the
And
square e5 is really nice on the other hand. It's always pleasant to have a knight on e5 in these positions. I expect e takes f4 will
yeah,
be played.
instantly, I
He
think.
he hasn't played it because he wasn't on the board, but he just arrived.
So is he gonna write down the move and then play it, or yeah?
Yeah. And take his time a little bit. Okay, so it's
Okay.
not going to be exactly instant, but will probably happen. Let me see. What do we have on board? 4 briefly. Do you want to
Yeah.
see what we have on the opening there? See the King's Indian?
Okay. King's Indian. Such fighting openings. This is the cool thing about open tournaments. You don't see this kind of openings being played in the closed round robin events because their
I agree.
players have to play safe. That's actually the big minus in my opinion for the round robin tournaments, because the safe play is usually rewarded. Like if there's going to be a
Mm.
player Even if we share places, most of the time it's going to be that if somebody made 6 draws and somebody had 3 wins and 3 losses, most of the time the one with draws will be higher in the standings. And yeah, and then also just you play with everybody, and you just have most important thing is not to lose, and then to score points wherever you can score, and then you can climb from this 5th, 6th place with 9 draws to something like a bit higher as well with every win. And in an open tournament, yeah, you just don't have this luxury. You just have to go for a fight with both colors all the time. And we see these kind of openings like Con Sicilian, like King's Indian being played, just the
Benoni
fighting
yesterday.
chess. Yeah.
And very entertaining Benoni yesterday, I might add.
Yeah, it's really extremely fun game.
So we have quite a typical position right now on the board. Let's see how we got there. Yep.
The most typical way, h3, here is very, very popular move. And now just immediately closing the center. So black securing the c5 square for the knight with a5 move. And yeah, starting with first the bishop development. I guess this is a bit unusual. So you either start with g4 immediately, or you start with knight f3 and then be ready for knight d2. But first bishop e2 is aimed at knight h5. So since in the position, you can play g4 to avoid it, but that allows against some, I think, different lines. But here, there are some options that, for example, if you do play in this move order, yeah, you can be somewhere facing knight h5 line, which is actually pretty nicely stopping white's attacking idea with g4. So bishop
And
e2 to stop it.
how do you stop it? For example, if castles, maybe g4 is coming, or how is game
Yeah,
developing? Because on knight f3, I assume still
yeah,
knight
then it
h5
could be the
could.
same. But now you have option to go g4, g5 with no knight h5.
No, knight h5. Yeah, I was wondering about that.
And I would expect that this is his idea, just to go g4 immediately. Also, it could transpose if you started with g4, but then maybe there's some move orders issues for knight c5 or something that can nicely work out. And of course, you also have the option to go for h4, but I don't know how good is that. Since h5 to answer to h4 is, I think it's scary, since you can be facing f3, and then at some point white is gonna try to put a knight on g5, and
And go
then to be
g4.
ready to play g4, and if you take, just go h5 and give up all the pawns just to open up the files in front of the king.
Well, that's yeah, in my opinion, quite scary. And probably the normal approach would be knight c5.
Yeah, probably knight c5, and here h5, and then
Maybe even before castling. I don't know how important that is, but just to not have my king there ready for h4, h5. It looks like a good idea.
But then we would have h6 as a threat anyways to make our
Oh,
bishop
right.
really as a poor piece. Oh, yeah, we could go knight c5 immediately. Yeah, that's true. And I guess now we don't want to take on really simply on c5, since we don't have h5 just yet on the board. So we would be forced to play something queen c2. And now after castle.
You can still go h4.
But now we lose the g4 square.
Yes, so maybe h5.
Or just knight or knight g4. How about that one?
Knight g4, yeah.
So let's say we take, we go something f3, bishop f to
Bishop
g7.
f3.
But without a knight on f6, I think black is feeling kind of fine with all these attacking ideas. You can just prepare the counter game, maybe with c4, b5, and open up the c file. Also
There are no
f5 is
threats
just there.
against the king just yet. Yeah.
But this could be a very fighting game as well. At least the start of it is hinting at that. this is still the position, and now black is thinking how to proceed here. You think he's gonna play knight c5, or he's just gonna castle and say, come and try to win me?
I think knight c5. But yeah, I'm taking the safer approach. Maybe they are they like to invite complications. I would go knight c5 if I had to play a king's Indian position with black.
Yeah,
I was going to say that I see some developments. Well, some developments. I see a pawn on h5 on board one. I was curious how that happened because I was expecting some nice and solid game, quiet game, and now maybe it's not going to be such a solid game after all.
yeah. The opening repertoire for Alexander Indjic is really interesting, really fighting one, and sometimes it is that when you're in general playing fighting chess, uh, it's not a good idea, for example, to switch to very, very calm stuff if that is the way you just simply play. So, yeah, just you have to play your own game, no matter who is your opponent, and then hopefully it works out simply. So he's just playing his own game. So here, after bishop g, we saw this position. He did go knight d7. We had h3, and he just took on h3, and now went c6, so secured everything on the light squares. Now there will be no issues, and after d3 we have just h5 simply instantly played. So that is his preparation, and after h5 Indjic Giri spends 5 minutes, goes back bishop g2, and now we have bishop d6 again instantly played, and now he's thinking already almost 15 minutes, so that means that should be kind of out of the book. 15 minutes seems to be rather a long thing.
Yeah, I don't know. In these positions, there's probably a lot of theory to be still invented. A lot of new stuff can come up, so it's easy to get out of the book. I mean,
Yeah, it could be that we are just completely out of the book as well right now, and that's also why it's not so easy to decide what to play.
well, because he's probably looking at h4 attacking ideas. No, is it black's plans to play something like queen out, maybe f6, a castle long?
Or even like this, yeah. Queen f6, castle long, g5, and let's go.
Why not? Yeah,
Then the knight e7, knight g6, and then
yeah,
just
97. I was thinking
yeah.
he
White has to
probably needs to strike in the
this.
center. Black, white needs to strike in the center. Some c4, e4, c4. I expect rather than e4.
Yeah, c4 seems very logical, and in case something like this happens, you could even see some exchanges and then some e4 further on. Just to try to open up the game as much as possible, to free this bishop, that it would not be stuck behind this pawn chain. Yeah, and then f4 could be actually... So maybe that queen f6 would be a bit, after c4, too ambitious of a move.
Maybe I should put it on c7 and the knight. But on c7, I don't know how much it can help in the attack. I mean,
Yeah,
you're always looking at g3, but
or I would
yeah,
start with
we'll
knight
take on
c3 or something, but yeah, my
e4.
plan is just to break e4. And even if you take cd as well, the same thing applies. Yeah, just somewhere e4, f4, and try to free the bishop.
Right, but with the queen on c7, and if you plan to castle long, maybe it doesn't make much sense to take with a c pawn. I probably want a pawn on c6.
Yeah, that's probably the case.
What about keeping things close with d4? For what? For
Oh,
black after
from the black
c4, yeah,
side,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah,
And
that's
then we
good.
play a Benoni, a delayed Benoni.
Yeah, then we have b4 and the game is on, all the fireworks. Hmm. Yeah, but if you don't get b4, then after a5, I think it's going to be rather nice for black. For a5. We have h4, this possibility to provoke g4 and block the dark squares. Something got played.
Yes.
We still don't know what. Oh, c4 got played, yeah. Okay,
And
so now he's thinking.
so 92, 97, and c4. We have a few moves then.
Oh, okay, 92. I missed that nines at all. So, yeah, 97 was kind of quick, and now c4, okay.
So maybe he's going to castle short after all.
Yeah, it's completely possible right now, of course, yeah. Because castling under the bishop is also, it's a risk. It's always a risk, so you had to make a decision.
But then how is he going to attack the king? If he going to castle short?
What about h4 now as a move? So, with my idea being on g4 just to go on g6.
And go for f4?
Yeah, that's a.
Well, that means I have to play something like either e3. Well, e3 I think I have to play.
Okay, but now the pawn structure is not so great. The bishop is stuck behind some pawns. And so I just have to find a way to checkmate on h2.
Maybe you can go d4.
Okay,
And
yes.
94, yeah, I don't know about
Let's give up all the pawns.
that.
I like this one. This idea. Uh, yeah, 94, it stops it. So I have to make d4 work somehow. Somehow differently. Okay, but what about simple queen b6 moves? Like, I guess then d4 is unpleasant. Okay, then d4 is very
Mhm.
unpleasant. Okay, so I'm gonna take on c4 in such position.
Maybe queen f6 is also an option. So I want to take on c4.
He goes for
Okay.
d4. Oh, he's
The
preparing
favorite
h4.
structure.
He's preparing h4 knight g6. So we wanted to make d4 work, so we just play it immediately, and then we go for that idea. But
And
we see
Anish
that,
immediately made a move, no?
yeah, so in this moment when he was thinking, he came up with a setup that he wants to achieve.
Okay, I wonder what Anish played. Because he made his move quickly and he left the board very confident. 94, yeah. This was
Bishop c7, plurial 8, yeah. Not many alternatives. Okay, now the point is that if you want to get your knight out of there, then it lands on g5, from where you will never get it out. And we can't get the queen out of the 8th rank, so there is some issue with castling long.
yeah, that's why I was wondering if he's going to castle long with the knight on e7 because I don't see how the queen is coming out here. Um,
And what about b4 just now? Isn't it exactly what white wants?
Maybe he will try knight g6, but I don't know. Even c5 looks a bit annoying.
Bishop e2 first, because actually a5 is kind of unpleasant.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
But if
A5
we
is.
but if we include bishop b2, attack the pawn. But then we get f5 ourselves, since there is no longer knight g5 move. Okay, that rook b1.
Yeah, and here maybe you can go for h4, bishop g5. No, h4 could be played, yeah?
So h4, c5.
c5.
Feels like black is a bit neglecting the question of where
Yeah,
to put the queen.
because
It
even if I play queen e7, you might still go knight d6, no?
Yeah,
If
might.
not right away.
But also, the king is not gonna be safe on the king side or on the queen side. Like, for now, it feels nice, but the game is gonna explode. The center is gonna open up at some point, and then you have to have a place where your king is feeling okay.
So how to approach this then? Because I feel that with a pawn on h5, even in the position that we have right now, the king wouldn't be very safe on the king side.
Okay, on the move b4, we probably have to play a5. And on
And
b5,
b5, maybe what take?
I did
Or
want to play
c5?
c5, but it's scary. This is very long diagonal. Something in knight g5.
Or b8? Yeah. Maybe, yeah, I don't know if e3 is it still a move?
It is, yeah.
And if pawn takes, we're going to take with what? Bishop? Because now I realize that maybe even pawn takes works.
Yeah, pawn takes is interesting as well. Of course, it's a start of a lot of tactics, but it should come out in the favor of white, with the king being so weak.
We have a move there. h4.
h4.
Okay. I like this move as well. Now we are looking at b4 and allowing black to expand on the king side, but why not h4? And now really there's no h4. g5 I think is very difficult to achieve. And whenever f5 comes, you have the square g5.
Hmm. And the pieces are somewhat strange for now.
Maybe you still want to play f5 at some point and follow up with f4. Not right away, it looks terrible right away because of knight g5. But maybe that could be something for the future.
Or perhaps simply a castle immediately.
And how's e3 here?
Let's see what happens.
Okay, and if pawn takes d4, how do we? And takes on h5.
Maybe knight
You defend that one,
f6
yeah.
first. I think
And
I'm okay to
takes.
play this position, yeah. With a
Yeah,
knight on
because of
d4.
d3 pawn.
Unless I'm
And
losing it
bishop.
somehow
Yeah,
immediately,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
That's what I'm figuring out. If bishop e4 or bishop g5 first. And on bishop e4, you have f5.
And now I have f5.
Mhm.
But still, there's intermediate moves like rook e1. It doesn't look correct. It would be a way to exploit
Very
this
hard to believe there
position.
was nothing there, yeah.
Even this is probably just great for white. Just provoke e6 weakness, and that's it. Two bishops. Okay, that's of course just some line that is at least kind of forced, some longer line to calculate. But of course, black can play also positionally since it doesn't look like there's anything big that white wants immediately. And he already has played a move, we just don't see it.
Is it castles? I wonder. Could be.
Yeah, and no idea which move is that. Uh, hmm. Castles.
Should we take another look at board 2? I see some things happening in the center. I think white just played e4.
Oh, wow, some big things happening in the center.
Yes. Oh, so he
Yes.
did go for queen b3 that you suggested, and no queen trades. And not
Yeah,
b5 either.
b6, and now queen provoked weakness on the c file, so went back to c2, and now black answers is c5 and e4. But it could lead to simply a lot of exchanges in the center, and we might lose all the pawns, and then all the pieces. Then anyways, he'll draw.
But how do you trade without, I mean, with a pin on f6? How do you trade everything? It's not so easy.
Okay, let's go
Mistakes, knight takes.
g5.
Ah, you're gonna go for g5.
That's one way to trade everything. So bishop g3, I assume?
I don't know. It's not my pieces. Knight g5 looks tempting.
Yeah, but we have bishop e7 and it should be fine.
Unfortunately, yeah. And e5, nothing fancy happening on h7, right? No, you can move the knight anywhere you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Everything is safe. So bishop g3 then.
unless e5 is still a move to consider here.
And then we can take on d4 and we have so many pieces hanging.
Okay, that's too many pieces hanging. Okay, white would need to take something now. On d6
The bishop
probably.
maybe, yes. Let's take the bishop. And now black needs to take something. Maybe the bishop as well. I want to take the knight.
I think I want to take the knight because I don't like this pawn structure that I have now with black. With the never-ending amount of pawn islands. Here, those double pawns, and just too many. So, yeah, I want to take on c3. You have a piece hanging, so you get a retreat.
Yeah.
Take.
I keep taking, I guess, yeah. And put a knight on e4 maybe. And the other one to f6.
And black is doing very good.
Oh, maybe actually f5.
d4 maybe. This could be a move. Ah, but there's still such queen f6 moves. Very annoying. Pin. So maybe we had to not play e5 or not take on d4. No, this is good for black. So take on d4 works out well. Okay, so maybe white shouldn't play e5, but should just simply retreat.
Maybe take the knight on f6. That didn't look good though.
Yeah, that's what we lose the pawn, which was very strong on d6. Now we're gonna lose it immediately. Or you want to sacrifice on g5 right now?
I'm just looking at that just now. Because now with the pawn on f6, who knows? Maybe I can find a checkmate. it's unclear how, but it would be
So
nice.
let's sacrifice. Take.
I just don't see it. Oh, how is it checkmate though? Take, yeah.
Maybe just a positional sacrifice. But they're all the most like d4.
Very positional moves as well.
Okay, then we can go something in bishop h. Ah, we can't even do that. The queen is sinking. I wanted to bring.
And queen h. What? I have a bishop
No,
on
there
e6.
is no.
Yeah, nothing works. The bishops are very well placed.
Yeah. So.
I think we're trying too hard to make this exciting after yesterday.
So bishop g3. I think taking is forced. You can take on e4. Taking is probably forced. I would say just rook c8 now. No, I want to take on e4 first. Yeah, I want to take on e4 and now rook c8. It feels, on the first glance, very okay for black.
I agree. I think that, yeah, it's a bit unpleasant to deal with rook on c8 now.
Of course, it would be nicer if the pawn was on g7, but okay, maybe we
Can't
deal with
have
the
it
rook
all.
by d5 move.
To force bishop to g4.
And just make sure that the c file doesn't open.
Okay, but knight h2 now? How does that bishop survive? Knight f6 or what? No, knight f6. I take on g4 and bishop f5.
And we lose an exchange or a knight. And if bishop comes here, then we are faced with g4. That's unpleasant. Okay, yeah, so doesn't work out for some reason.
We very quickly made it bad for black. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe rook c8 was not accurate because
Take on d4 just now. Oh no, I think I got it. We go
okay.
c4 now ourselves.
Oh,
If you take, then I have a pin.
you could also take and take on e4 if takes, or take on e4 and take.
Yeah, so
whatever
let's
you
say
want.
if white would take on f6 and then try to take on c4, then we can play here, and after something in b3, we have b5.
Yes, but I think white should still take on f6. Isn't that kind of, well, it's not forced. Bishop e2 is also forced.
And now, not clear with which piece, but maybe knight f6, not to have either of those moves.
Yeah. Well, bishop, maybe bishop f5.
So he's gonna be better here. Is it white or black? So I think we have to take.
If the king is safe on g8, probably the pawn on d4 is a little bit loose and maybe there will be some pressure against it.
We still have a loose pawn on c4 that now actually after rook e1 is very, very hard to defend.
But rook e5.
Yeah, I was also under impression that rook e5 doesn't exist, but that exists. So maybe we don't play queen d5, of course. Maybe just this position is.
And king g7.
Yeah. Yeah, so if white doesn't manage to create any attack, any threats against the king, then after black consolidates, gets the piece on d5, rook's on the open file. It's gonna be
after
great.
rook e1, maybe rook to e1 here. Uh, there are knight g5 ideas all the time. Yeah. And maybe rook e5 could be interesting.
Yeah, some attacking ideas like this have to be tried. Oh, now just rook e1.
Yeah.
And now we would need to come up with a move, which is not easy. Yeah, this I don't like.
Maybe instead of queen d6, you could have gone queen d7 here.
Just trying to get rid of the attacking piece while
Yeah.
developing. And in
Since
case of
knight g5 doesn't exist, we have queen f5 in between.
and any endgame like this should be very,
It
very
should,
comfortable for black.
yeah, should be more comfortable for black, I think. Or maybe queen d7 solves some of the problems.
Yeah, but then, is there any way to avoid this from the white side?
So we got here by playing g5, in a very forcing
Yeah, we can
manner.
take on d5, still another move, which can be somewhere an intermediate move.
Knight takes, I guess.
Yeah, now we have a completely different structure. And then maybe the king is actually weak in this case.
But maybe knight f4.
Knight f4, yeah. And then some fireworks. Let's say bishop h7. I guess
And
king to...
d5 wins a piece. No, it doesn't win a piece. I have bishop g4.
Yeah, it doesn't win a piece, but we just bring the rooks out on the open files, and king is bit shaky. Of course, if f5 doesn't lose a piece.
Yeah, it looks like f5, d5. I don't know. It's messy again.
Yeah, d5 also takes on c5, opening up the file against the queen is there. And if bishop
But
takes, I
does
can
that
still take.
save the piece? It doesn't save the piece, no? Or you're just playing for counterplay?
I am playing for the idea that I keep attacking so many times until something starts working for me.
Queen f6 maybe to get out of that pin on the d file.
Yeah, and I just keep attacking with every move. So now if I take then this two are hanging, queen f7, I can go knight c7.
Okay, that's a bit annoying.
Just throwing everything forward.
You felt inspired by yesterday's game, I see. Sacrificing pieces all the time now.
Yeah, I also want to produce such a game. Somehow, at least. Um, yeah, I don't know. It could be much less safe for black in this case with this structure, simply because the pieces stay on the board way more, much more minor pieces, and then maybe it's possible to exploit the king's weakness due to g5 move.
I think he's definitely considering g5. He's taking his time on this move because it's such a complex position. Everything is pinned, everything is hanging. e5 is a threat, d5 is a threat.
A calm move,
So,
I guess, is bishop e7 if you don't want to weaken anything.
and how is e5? Knight e8.
What happened?
What happened? That's a good question. I was going to say the same. What happened? Oh, he
Oh,
played c4.
c4 happened. And e5 happened. Of course, yeah, c4 forces e4. e5, I guess. And now he takes on d3, and there is still a fork.
Okay, so this is after bishop e7, also quite solid.
Extremely solid. Yeah, it could be just effectively just game over, in a sense that we can play on, but it's gonna be boring by a guarantee.
We apply the exchange on the c file idea.
Yeah, c file, e file. You can choose whichever you like better. Okay. Uh, that's a shame. Looked like there is a promising moment to get the game going.
At least we were trying to.
Much more than the players did.
Yeah, well, it's their game. It's their point. I understand that. So what has been happening in the other games? Which one do you want to check? Board 3? Do you want to
Yeah.
check board 1? Which one should we go to?
Um, Yes, nothing very exciting has been happening in those all, and not too many moves done as well. So maybe we can take a look at board 5 still for, since we
Mhm.
haven't looked at that one and we have
We
this nice
haven't.
video coverage of that.
Was this Ruy Lopez? Yes, it was.
Was, and white is up on the clock by quite a significant amount, but of course if the position is completely equal, then being up on the clock doesn't help. Is it completely equal? Probably not.
It feels
uh,
equal. Maybe slight edge for white, but
so we had Ruy Lopez, the calm one with d3, c3, just going for a long game against his opponent. Okay, 4, and now regrouping the knight from c6 to some better square. Very typical. Exchange of rooks and attacking the weak b5 pawn. And now bishop c6 to defend the pawn. Was he already thinking? Yeah, he's already burning time here with black pieces. Bishop c6 feels unnatural. Kind of. Usually you try to set those structure very, very solid when playing royal opposite black. Oh yeah, knight is regrouping. And now, yeah, knight went to e3. And we take control of the d5, f5 squares. The bishop is very powerful.
yeah, it was. And he played knight c5. It looked like he did it on camera.
Mhm. Okay,
Bishop c2.
we don't have bishop a2. We would like to play bishop a2 in general and then play b4. That would be, in a positional sense, way more appealing. But there's, I think, nothing to do against queen a8 now. No way to keep the bishop on a2. So we are forced to go to b1 now. So then better probably to go to c2 immediately. And yeah, this is gonna be a maneuvering game, a slow one. And yeah, and as you can see, the player with black pieces is relatively young. So yeah, 16 years old. And
16 years old. Okay.
what often happens is that when more experienced players facing a younger player, they prefer these maneuvering kind of games with less forcing lines, but more on just where the pieces should be standing and where they are going to be important. Not immediately, but let's say 10 moves later.
Yeah, the positions where they can use their experience, right?
Yeah,
And
and thanks to their
knowledge of these
experience,
structures.
Yeah, probably also play just faster a bit because they just have this feeling on where it should go, all the forces, all the pieces where they should go, rather than having to rely on the calculation so much. But of course, you
But
can't win a game without calculation.
yeah, but at least it's not this crazy game, no?
Exactly,
Maybe
yeah.
I think when it comes to calculating, if it's a position where one of the players has advantage, they will not shy away from calculating, but by then they can build up on their experience and maybe get an advantage out of it. I was going to ask you what is White's plan after bishop c2. Did he play bishop c2? No, not yet. He's
No, he's
thinking.
still thinking. Yeah, the plan is probably to play b4 and get the bishop back
Still
on
before,
b3.
yeah.
And then the bishop on c6 I think is a bit awkward. And we also have those ideas of knight coming to f5. And could be preparing d4, but could be just trying to get to d5 with some of the piece. Knight from f3 would have to be taken care of. But I'm
And the
also
black knight would go to e6. The black knight from c5 would probably go to e6, right?
Yeah, that's probably where the move. But what is the black's move now? Let's say we go to make h6, b4, knight e6, bishop b3. We have very symmetrical position, kind of, but the difference is in the activity of these bishops. One is on e7 and one is on b3. And I think it makes all the difference here.
d5 is also not easy to obtain because e5 is, I think, always hanging. How do you defend that? So what is black's plan? f5 is also not the plan anymore, I guess.
Be some calm way like this, and then c6, take away the squares. Just to be playing slightly unpleasant position, but just keeping it.
Keep the symmetry.
Yeah. But also we can go for some ideas like 95 in these cases, I think. And if you take, then I want to take with the pawn and already use the fact that this knight is not doing too well.
But maybe it can go to f4. Or is it d4 very annoying here?
It could be. Maybe it's not. But it could be.
But maybe f6?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. We can
With
take
bishop
and...
c2 and queen d3, no?
Or just queen d2 still in the middle. Provoke some g... Yeah.
Knight h4 ideas are also annoying.
Yeah, of course you can try to defend like that. But it's hard to believe in this position.
Okay, bishop c2 was played. We are following the right moves here. So we could see something similar. Maybe not with a pawn on g5 and f5, but what we had before with bishop on d7.
Yeah, probably not this crazy maneuver, but yeah, I think that white is just playing for the fact that d5 square is under control and just more easier piece play. And just somewhere later on, according to how black sets up the pieces, we're just trying to exploit it. But very, very step-by-step approach. Nothing immediate, nothing forcing at all.
I'm
Okay,
checking a little bit the other games, see if there's anything interesting happening.
we have a draw
We
on
have a
board
draw.
2.
Oh, so it was just a delayed
Yeah,
draw.
just an exchanges, and after 95, he decided, okay, draw it is, and offered draw himself. Yeah, it's tough when, for example, sometimes it can happen that the player offers a draw, and then opponent declines, and then the player is still playing like a very aggressive way, or the game just gets interesting on its own. But maybe in this case, where he's playing against somebody being ranked top 10 in the world, and yeah, the position gets to boring technical kind of way, and he feels that okay, it's visible that black is completely fine with the draw. Just did the most simple forcing way how to just make sure that the game would be very very dry. Then okay, I'm not gonna manage to grind this out, and okay, draw is fine, and let's move on.
Next round.
Yeah,
Yeah,
still a
he
good.
was probably trying to see if he can get something with his preparation, I assume. There was some preparation involved here. But no, the
Yeah.
black solved all the problems.
Okay, and so they both move to 3.5 out of 5, and still are gonna be in contention for the winning the tournament for the top places.
Yeah.
The I guess we can jump back to the board number one.
Yes. Did anything interesting happen? So the black king is still in the center.
And there's been a
There's a pawn missing.
okay, stuff happened. But what happened? We saw h4.
Yep.
Now Indjic went for knight f6 quickly, actually almost immediately. b4 now in this moment came. So quick exchange on e4. Pawn takes, creating weakness on d4, which to attack. And without too much hesitation, queen e7. Wow, interesting if this is in some way the type of positions he simply has analyzed before, and that's why he's so convincingly playing it, because
Is he
so
trying to
quickly,
get a knight versus bad bishop position?
yeah, could be something like
Maybe.
that. So now queen b4.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very curious if he has looked at something like this before, or this is simply his intuition doing all the work, because yeah, by spending so little time on such a big decisions, um, I think it's very hard to calculate everything. Okay, queen b4.
Yeah, let's look at queen b4 because there are a few interesting moves like bishop a3, like rook b1, for example. I don't know which one is better because on bishop a3 I see queen d2.
Yeah, on the rook b1 though, we can just take and go back
Take
to
and queen
e7.
e7. Yeah.
Okay, he took it. I think we could see the move relatively quick from white, because Anish must have decided on something before going for this forced line. Bishop takes e5 leads to relatively similar position, although maybe there's some extra line of queen
Mhm.
queen g5. So what happens on queen g5 is knight is attacked, and if he would try now knight g6, now rook b1 has a different
But
sting.
maybe he can take on c4 and castle? How many pawns? How's the pawn count? There's one hanging on h5 and one hanging on a7 and one hanging on a2 and e2. Oh,
Maybe we don't need to castle, maybe we can keep taking some pawns. Not
maybe
to not to lose the h5 pawn.
because there's no threat on e7. Everything's covered. So I take on a7 and now castle.
But shouldn't this be somewhat better for
For white?
white? Unless black can simplify with rook rook ideas on the a file and just getting rid of those pawns both and having a draw.
Like we were seeing yesterday in one of the games. Theodore's game, I think.
Yeah. Okay, this doesn't seem so great for white indeed.
So what else? Bishop a3, queen d2, I don't see it so clear either. Because now what, no? Queen b1? No, but sacrificing the exchange doesn't really do much, no?
And
I have to take.
position like this. Oh, we have rook a2. That's unpleasant.
Yeah. Maybe rook b1. But then there's b6. Black doesn't need to calculate any of the captures.
But I
Oh,
think we can capture.
I don't have rook b8. Yes, you can capture.
Yeah. Okay, so not taking on d2. Okay, let's say rook b1. I assume that queen takes c1, or
Daring me to take a pawn, no? But queen takes c1 and rook d2 can be a better version, maybe. Get rid of the queens.
but now we get rid of the b7 pawn, so the king is not gonna get out anymore.
Rook a7 comes with a big threat.
Something like this, you simply play bishop c5 and...
You could also take, no? On a7, because rook a8 was a threat.
Yeah, that's easier.
It doesn't... I don't see how to defend very well. Oh, actually the rook's defended, maybe.
Ah, okay. But anyways, it's close to checkmating. Checkmate kind of position. So... Yeah, but maybe we don't need to take on c1. We don't need to give up this initiative. Maybe we can just take on e2 again.
And rook b7 should be the move to look at. And maybe what? Bishop. You want to take more pawns? Okay. Rook a7 then. Let's take more pawns.
Maybe
And
bishop
bishop
d6.
d6.
But that doesn't look very good.
How is e5? 95 defense. Unfortunate.
But maybe we'll get there. We'll start with this, unpin the... I don't know where even to put this. Oh, I guess on e2 we still get under one more tempo.
I thought I could bring it to g4. But it looks kind of trapped on g4, to be honest.
And now we are facing these issues very fast. Oh, and still, yeah, this... On 95, it would work, because there's rook d1, but now there's rook a8. Winning the rook.
Rook d8? No, but then you will lose the piece, yeah.
Then I lose, yeah. Okay, so that kind of comes together in some very strange way. Okay, but what is happening on a simple b6?
Yes, that's what I was thinking. B6 and not find out what happens if white takes on b7.
Not that easy to break through. Like if he could have got f4, e5 with tempos, maybe it would be nice, but we don't manage to.
On f4, there's always a check on d4. And yeah.
Yeah, and then black can start deciding what to do.
Take on c1. Take on e2 maybe, yeah.
Maybe even take on there, yeah. And c5 is always ready to close the bishop from a3. And if the bishop gets closed, then all our compensation is just gone.
I think on queen e2, I was thinking rook e1, wasn't it trapping the queen?
Which line?
What we just saw was f4, no? f4, bishop d4.
Oh.
b6, f4, bishop d4, queen e2, rook e1, or you can still go to f2. Or you can just stay there. Okay.
It's a very long file.
Yes. Okay. Queen g4 was very close to trapping the queen, I think, if not trapping it. With bishop h3 and queen rook b3. Ah, that way. I was thinking bishop h3 first.
Then we get to f2 again.
Okay. So no
Yes.
trapping the queen. Fine.
But then
Okay,
what
so
is the
queen
idea?
b4, but he played queen b4, right? And did Anish play anything? No, he's still thinking. Well, if there's nothing happening here, I feel like black is doing okay. Kind of like black's position here.
Okay, what if we take and just play rook b1? Take it positional.
What about that pawn on c4?
Yeah, that gets exchanged for the pawn on b7.
And should probably trade first on c1 and play something like rook d7.
But this could get bad also very, very quickly. After something
Have to
like
go
this,
back. You want to
and
play f4?
f4, e5, yeah.
To play f4, of course.
So this sort of endgames, they could be very, very good for white.
So here maybe find something else, but I don't like a move like queen e2 because of f4 again.
Mm-hmm. So maybe castle.
And on rook a7, then take on e2.
Yeah, then we have at least knight f3 ideas and some activity.
And what about trading on c4 first and then taking on a7? Maybe rook a8 again.
Maybe this manages to leave some funny situation of 5 against 4 with double d pawns. But with an exchange, for example, on a8, then rook c1, we take here, we give up on a2, and then we play this kind of endgame. But even in this position, I think that rook queen b2 looks very nice. Attack the knight, defend the pawn on e2, get ready for rook c1, and still be ready to take on a7.
Okay, so all this was forced, right? Because rook b1, and maybe I could go queen e7 and not give up the pawn in the
Yeah.
beginning of the line. Here, maybe this is the
This is probably
solution.
the way. But then we can do the positional approach with the c5.
Since I don't have 97. And you
Or
want to
maybe
play
with
maybe
queen
f4.
c3 first and then c5. Yeah, I like queen c3. That's just such a little move to include. I think it forces
Provoking
f6.
f6. Yeah.
Now, c5. Yeah, I would like to play f4 eventually, but I don't like queen coming to c5 in any case. And also I have pressure on b7 pawn now. And c5 pawn cannot be attacked too strongly. I think he's gonna go, yeah. He
Bishop
took on
e5.
e5 and rook b1 he's gonna play, and he's gonna play something like that.
We're watching him
Queen g5
closely.
is
There
the
goes the
only alternative, queen g5, but we did not like it too much. Since then black is able to retreat back with a knight and start taking all the pawns.
Besides, the knight on e5 was loose in many lines, so perhaps it's not a great idea to force it back to safety just yet.
Yeah. But the speed by Indjic is impressive. It's already 20 moves in.
After yesterday's time trouble, he said, "No more time trouble, thank you.
It could
I've
be
had enough."
actually. could be the case that he just doesn't want to be there anymore and just wants to quickly play it out.
And we see what's been going on here. A game that we thought would quickly be a crazy game on board 3 is actually quite solid so far. Quite.
Yeah, after f4, it instantly got to a solid kind of game. And but
Okay,
we can take a look at it anyways.
And things are also happening more or less on board 4 in the King's Indian game.
And so here we just had very little action. Exchange, castle. King to b1, have to finish the castle. Knight jumps to e5. Bishop doesn't want to be lost, and bishop e6. And that's it. Nothing more. We can expect
some normal moves so far, yeah?
You can expect some moves like knight d4, knight d5, h4, g4, something along those lines. Black is going to try to play on the c file, maybe advance the queenside pawns. Without any big action, I guess.
I was briefly wondering if the d5 idea was still something Black would play for with rook d7 and knight g6 in between and then d5. The knight, maybe the knight from e5 has to go to g6 and to get d5. I
think that this is something that Black doesn't want to do here because I think he just wants the game to stay as complicated as possible. Now he's completely safe thanks to the knight on e5, so there can be no quick and dangerous white's attack, and he can just focus on regrouping his own pieces for an attacking game. So I would expect him to just defend the d6 pawn if necessary and just be looking to launch an attack against white's king.
That would be more fun for us as well. And what about board 4? Let's take a look there. So exchanges have been made on the square c5. Bishop c5 was played at some point.
Okay, so there was bishop e2, and he did castle. And we were looking at that, mentioning that here is such an h4 idea, an interesting one. But he went just for knight f3, so back to the rather classical stuff, allowing knight h5. Like bishop e2 was not to allow knight h5, and now he allows knight h5, but okay, doesn't happen. And we have knight c5, queen c2, and now knight h5, yeah. And knight d2, and knight comes to f4.
I was wondering why queen c2 and not knight d2 on knight c5? If you don't want to allow knight h5 at all, was knight d2 an option here?
Yeah, it is. I guess he didn't mind the knight h5 line. He just was ready to play it. And yeah, what is the... I guess the knight is coming to the different direction, and you anyways have to put the queen somewhere.
That's true. But at least the knight's not going to f4.
Yeah, and then there's the maybe a bit different approach from the black side. And perhaps he enjoys these positions with knight coming to f4. Not sure. Could be. Bishop f1 was ready for... And now he just takes on c5, which is interesting. Just takes and castles. And just tries to play in a positional way, claiming that, okay, so now since knight is on f4, there is no f4 move. And in case there's an exchange of these two pawns, then white has a knight on e4 that can never be pushed out of there. So that's why black also doesn't take any action and keeps this tension going.
And the bishop on g7, if there's a knight on e4, is very hard to activate. Because the pawn on e5 will always be blocked. You can put a pawn on f3 if you need it. But yeah, that's usually pleasant, very pleasant for white. Bishop d7 was played, yeah?
yeah, instead of going for sharp lines with g4, white just wants to grind this out in a kind of strategical way.
I'm wondering if black wants to play c6.
I think he does. Maybe first a4 and then some c6. But maybe just c6, yeah. It would be nice to take, and since white cannot take with e-pawn, as that would open up this deadly bishop from g7. So after c6, if you would take, then after this taking, we could be faced with b5 and big kingside attack.
And if white takes with a knight, then you can also get the e6 square for your own knight and get to d4.
Yeah. So I think g3 will be played.
Forcing the knight back to h5.
And then I don't know what will be played. I just expect g3 to be played. Maybe bishop e2 back.
e2? Okay. I was thinking bishop d3. But maybe bishop e2.
Just trying to force the knight to do something. And in case of knight f6, maybe then bishop d3.
Okay. And now forcing black to do something about the pawn on f5, basically. Maybe queen c8.
Yeah, but now we won a lot of tempos from white side, and it would be very, very tempting to try to exploit it with something like f4. Since it doesn't seem like black is ready just yet for some attack, in case there are any take on a e4, then later c5 pawn is under attack. And in case of this, I think e5 is rather strong.
You are waiting for the central pawns to advance. We'll be very happy to see that. E takes f4 on the board.
Yeah, this would be pretty cool to
Dream.
have. I actually don't know if it's so fantastic just as a position, but it looks very pretty. Ah, but we cannot find any intermediate move of knight c3. Does not seem to work. Okay, but he doesn't
Like
do
king b1.
king b1. Yeah, just waiting. Maybe on c6 he wants to go.
Right. Very typical reaction as well.
Or even more than that, maybe just something at knight b3. Since we no longer have b6, as there is a attack along the d file, and also my queen e7, then we could win a pawn.
And on pawn takes d5 instead of queen e7, there's also knight c5. Or what? Knight c5, d4, knight d5. Okay.
Yeah, knight c5, d4, but knight d5, and we pressure along the d file.
96 maybe I was thinking.
I would be scared here with black that I am losing something, but I guess nothing works. Okay, I can take.
Yeah, none of this. Black is listening to you and played a4.
Yeah, a4 seems to make a lot of sense. Just if he can play a3, b3, then it means that under no circumstances this diagonal can open. So it means that white is going to be very restricted. But if we do play a3 now, then we have this classical way of one pawn blocking two pawns, and yeah, and I think it's like a mini win just for black to achieve this. Yeah, a3 is played
A3.
immediately. So if you can include a4, a3, then we just do it, and then we think later what to do next.
Think about c6. Well, now your idea with knight b3 is no longer possible either, which is
Yeah, but
nice.
we have a pawn though.
And yeah, how is that? Takes on
d4?
d4, okay.
Yeah, I
Knight
don't believe that
b7,
this.
knight b7 doesn't work because queen b6 traps it, no?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, no way out. And some
but you
position
could
like
take that one.
this.
Yes. Yeah, maybe not worth the pawn.
Could be also. So quickly we can get some rook c8 ideas, b5, and
King
okay,
h8, okay. Not guessing anything here.
just so many prophylactic moves, just slowly preparing for all the crazy stuff. Getting the king away from the any light score checks. But we didn't have any lines where there were light score checks, did we?
No, we didn't, but I'm sure he had.
Oh, maybe he wants to be completely comfortable in case of some lines where he wants to take gf back. The king is away from the g file, that there is not going to be any quick g4 or something. Although, I think it just puts the rook on. Just wondering about something like, okay, let's say g3, here, here, and now takes. And in case of this, something like g4. And now, the king on the h file is not great. Of course, knight can go back to f4.
94. Yeah.
Yeah, but those guys are blocking each other out completely. I probably don't like this for white. Seems to be the perfect setup. And yeah, the king is very useful that it's not on g8 anymore. So
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. But I don't see any possible threats for white. For example, rook g1. It's not threatening anything. You were just saying that the king is nice on h8. I would really like to play bishop d3, but that's not going to happen.
we can even go as far as just to take the bishop away from g7. And then just rook
White
g8.
feels
And
kind of cramped, doesn't he?
yeah, like this typical position that you want to achieve in kings in then from black. But from the other side, also not so easy from black to continue with anything, because a4 pawn can be dropping. Something rook g8, we can just take it.
Maybe
You
rook
don't.
g1 wasn't necessary and we could play king a2 right away. Um,
And then
I don't know, I'm thinking maybe with d6 ideas. But I don't know if I want to play d6.
I kind of like rook g1. It does take the file, and I don't think we want to play rook g8, so then that's something.
Yeah.
Some a6 moves, but it's just so much to calculate. You cannot just make superficial moves here and hope that it's going to be a good result. And I think from both sides, just a game for 3 results.
I don't even know what my plan is here with white. I could make moves. For example, I can play rook g3, but I don't see where that takes me.
Yeah, but neither does. It's not clear what to do from black side as well.
Maybe I should play rook e1 and just take the pawn on a4.
That's a plan at least.
Yes. It's more than one move.
Yeah, so I guess the conclusion is we have no idea how to evaluate this position. And king a2 is
We're
played
gonna let
immediately.
them gonna let them do that for us. Okay, so king a2, yes. Good prophylactic move again.
Yeah, taking away the king from the diagonal. And I think let's leave players to it, and we're gonna come and see once they have stopped doing prophylactic moves and start to do some
Some actual
tactical
moves.
stuff. Yeah, that's very well put. And board
There
one.
are a lot of, yeah,
Yeah.
board one, but there are a lot of things happening in a game that's a bit further away. Indjic against Kacharava. I see a pawn on a3. I think that's what, board 9? I think we're gonna have something happening here.
Or it's all gonna get blocked.
No.
Okay, so it's Sicilian, and white is going for an attack. We see pawns here on g5, h5, and black is running. So to be quick with an attack, black sacrificed the pawn on b4 and went a3 immediately.
So he just played b4, and after pawn takes was probably a3, no? Something like that.
Yeah.
No. Oh no, the pawn came from b3 actually, no? So he sacrificed the pawn on b3, black. He had the pawn on b4 and he played b3 and then
Huh.
pushed the a pawn. Nice.
Interesting. b4, d5, and still first d5, and then only opening the bishop from e7. That's a very important piece to help attack. And now a3. Yeah, it looks very dangerous.
This will be a fun game. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. Keep you updated if new things develop.
Will get very bad very quick for white. White is not yet ready for anything too dangerous. Even if you manage to play something like g6, it has no threats. But black has already set up, well, almost everything except knight on e8 is kind of ready. Yeah, this
I
could
can see
be...
things like e5 and bishop takes b4 happening.
Oh wow, bishop b4 is there.
But yeah, but you have to get rid of the knight first, no? That's why I want to play e5.
Ah, okay, e5 for black, yeah. I thought white now plays e5.
No, e5 and bishop. But okay, now that you say, maybe bishop b4 followed by rook b8 is also an interesting idea.
But the first question is, how do
How do
white
you deal
actually
with
stop?
this?
Yeah, so if we go something like b3, 2, and here e5,
Now e5, yeah.
and it's simply lost. Let's say knight b5, f5. I have no idea
I
which
think
one is
knight
better.
f5, bishop takes b4 is pretty... Oh, you take it? Why? Why
Oh,
do we need to take it?
I just
I don't
wanted
know.
it to be gone.
And I just wanted that queen to get out. Yeah, this is over. Queen d1.
Oh, the rook is hanging on d1. Yeah. So we can't do that, and I think it's similar issues with king e1. Okay, queen c2 is not
Maybe
coming with a
on...
check.
Yeah. Or maybe knight b5 after e5. With king b2, e5, knight b5. That will be different.
Because then you're forced to take. I see.
And the rooks are defended.
Up here, you're forced to take, and a bishop b4. Queen takes here, and we have one piece less also for some potential attack.
Maybe rook c3 is still a move. No, rook c1.
Yeah, this could work out for black. Maybe we don't need to sacrifice though after knight b5, because knight b5 only attacks the queen. That's knight might not have where to go.
Oh. Okay. Doesn't look like the knight has good squares. Because bishop b4 is coming if the knight moves away. Like a3, for example.
Yeah, perhaps we have to sacrifice a piece, as always.
But I think black will be happy with that outcome. Maybe black sacrifices a piece back here.
Yeah, because this position is... Ah, but we can sacrifice now. Yeah, this is looking very good for black. Just everything is there and the pawn on a2 is so strong. But if we play the line with the king on a1, then we can just play e5 and just take on c2 without any tactics
Right.
at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
This
that
is
looks
going to be
very
fun.
dangerous. And if the clock is correct, that is why right now white is thinking already for half an hour in this moment. If
So
the
this
clock
was
is
another
correct, yeah.
case. This was another case where white was very confident, maybe.
Yeah, I guess the b3 just came as a surprise for him.
Mm.
And somewhere, that's why I have to finish the castle.
I like how you say that as if the long castle is a two moves thing.
It
You
is.
castle and you put the king on b1. You have to
Yeah,
finish it.
it is really just has to be played at some point.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, maybe just here you had to be very, very precise. Maybe king b1 maybe was an issue. Who knows? Yeah. Very hard to evaluate the stuff in a practical game. Maybe we have to bring back the knight somewhere now. The pawn had already been sacrificed, and or just keep the king here and... Oh, so impossible to think about these things without having looked at the concrete line.
Yeah, but the king on c1 looks even more dangerous, right?
Yeah, but if we put the knight on c3 maybe, and on a4 we
a4?
just ignore it.
You won't be able to ignore it forever.
No, g6 allows bishop f6. I don't like that. And now bishop c4. Just put everything I have in front of the c file.
Hoping that's going to work. I assume a3 doesn't do much. Yeah, I don't think it does much. Because
Yeah,
you
we
can take
take.
it.
And okay, there is d5, but
I was looking at it, but even if I play bishop a3, it's not so
not the end of
bad.
it. But it might be...
Maybe bishop b4. Yeah,
something might
something
be
like that
there.
with bishop b4.
Bishop
Bishop
c1.
c1 is even nicer.
But also it could be that you completely can survive here. These positions are just very crazy.
Bishop b4.
Yeah, we take it, you take it, then we are
Just run away.
pretending to feel good. The knight is not playing.
Okay, but here pawn takes d5. I think that's it. You still find moves, no? Yeah, bishop d3 defense.
Yeah, then we have some position where everything is equal.
I thought you were going to say everything is hanging.
Queen d4, rook takes here, king d2, and king runs to that king side. And we have
Yeah,
two
no
bishops.
no sacrifices here.
And now it's white's turn to attack.
Bishop b5.
Okay, so it's not
So you don't
over.
feel so comfortable running away. Rook d3, yeah? Queen d3, and
Queen
my queen is
d3.
also hanging.
Yeah, and I have a better endgame since I have a king in the center. After
Yeah,
queen a1, here we take, and king d3, and
the pawn
white
to
is feeling
d5.
very good. Okay, that is all very quickly run over, all the tactical lines with probably multiple blunders at every step. But I think that now when I see the bishop c4 kind of stuff, I have some recollection of analyzing some certain lines in Sicilian where, yeah, when you are facing those doubled pawns and this b3 idea, that yeah, you just want to have this bishop on c4. It comes there and it's very good defender. It completely eliminates the danger of this line, since now king has
Mhm.
c2 square. And so black is restricted in the ways they can attack.
Well,
But
this is going to be a fun game. I see b4 was played. We haven't been looking at b4, but we looked at pawn takes a3. We did look at before.
yeah, this is the moment. Yeah, no, I think that Kucherava is not very happy with the position. Simply, it's just
Yeah. For some reason, I thought there was a move made there. Okay.
yeah,
Should
interesting
we check the
game.
top boards quickly?
Yeah, let's see.
Anything happened?
Board one. Okay, so we saw this. Rook b1 was played, and then queen e7. Now queen b2, not queen c3. Okay, so he's immediately going for the pawn.
Yeah.
And quickly queen c5 back. Now he was thinking queen b7, but the time is very much in black's favor. And he's just feeling comfortable with this structure, with this position. So
I
now,
think he's playing a thematic tournament, Sharjah.
uh, yeah, I mean, but now he's thinking, he's not making a castle quickly. Just from a strategical point of view, seems nice for black, dominating all
Yeah.
the dark squares. And if he could make sure that white doesn't have moves like queen before to exchange queens, it would be just a dream position. Just castle, get the rooks in, and start winning the game with some attacking ideas in the same time. But of course, white took a pawn and is going to be looking to play something like queen b4 and push the knight out of e5.
But he could still go for castle, no? And on queen b4, maybe go queen d4?
There is e3.
There is e3. There is e3, yeah.
Why not take the pawn?
Is it better to take it to the pawn on e2 or on e3? I'm not sure.
That's a Yeah, it's a very good question. More on one side, rook d2 with the tempo. From the other side, we have some square on d3, and also after f4, we have a tempo of attacking the pawn on e3. So those are the kind of things that players have to think about, and we can only guess, I guess. And
I
yeah,
expect
but
him to castle here, no? It's natural in the position that we have on the board. Is there any other move that he could be really considering? Maybe to take the pawn?
maybe to take the pawn.
But that looks a bit dangerous because queen takes.
No, they agreed to a draw.
Oh, they agreed to a draw. So someone, white, had offered a draw.
Yeah, but we don't have the final moves as well because I see the king already on g8.
Ah,
So castle was made, and I think there was still a couple of moves. But
maybe the queen before move was played also, and they were headed towards an endgame.
yeah, so very convincing game by Indjic, and might be his preparation, might be just very big feeling of the position intuitively with this h5 idea, and then just giving up the pawn here and playing on the dark squares. Um, it felt to me that this position is pleasant for white instead of queen b2, queen c3, and was
But
not
it's
clear
queen
what to do.
c5. He played queen c5 in the game on queen b2. Maybe we could look at the same here. Rook b7 and maybe castles.
But didn't we win something? Because after rook b1, he went queen e7, not queen c5. So why would we want the queen to be on c3 rather on c1? But maybe this is still the idea, and rook d4 coming.
I think so, yes. Rook d4. Definitely want to play rook d4.
And even on queen b4, we can do this, and rook d4. It also exists in this way, but also rook d2, of course. It's still a
Right.
lot of pawns hanging.
Yeah, here there's rook c1. Keep
So,
defending.
yeah, nice, I guess nicely done by Indjic to manage to hold off Giri with black pieces so very, very convincingly.
It was a quiet round so far. This game had some potential. It looked interesting. But yeah, here towards the end, we see it maybe liquidating a little bit.
And that means that we
Yeah.
also have drawn top two boards already. And we should be focusing on board 3 and 4.
Yeah, I was just checking briefly how the others were doing. So there are still people who could catch up with the leaders, get on 4 points.
Also board 6 and 7, which we haven't looked at.
Yeah.
Also on 3 out of 4. Um, okay, this game does not have much development just yet. We still have the a3 to stop b4, queen getting back, rook d7, protect the pawn, knight comes to the center, hinting that maybe he wants to take on e6.
But I don't think black will mind. Will black
Yeah,
mind the trade on e6? I don't think so. The knight on e5 is very strong.
not
Covers bishop
immediately,
g4. Okay.
but if he could get some piece to attack the pawn on e6, then probably he would mind. In a dream scenario.
Yeah, but so far just improving the pieces, right? Shuffling them around. The knight on d4 is better placed than on b3, that's for sure. And can create more threats.
Of course, you have to now think about ideas bishop c4 or knight c4, if you need those moves or no, or just play rook c8. Just from the black side ideas in this position. Bishop c4 could make a lot of sense to try to get knight to c4. It's a very dangerous square. If the knight starts jumping there. Something got played as well now. Rook b8. Okay, so
Yeah.
he's getting ready for b4 or a5 b4. Just that in case of a5, it would be scary to take the pawn on b5. Or he's getting ready to force the trade and take bc.
And have already b2 hanging. Kind of like black here. I feel like he could create more threats.
Yeah, I agree. For now, in the last moves, white has not played anything for their own ideas, simply been avoiding black's plans. And eventually that can catch up with you if you don't actually develop your own ideas, because opponent is improving his position, building it up step by step.
And I like what black has been doing. As you said, bringing all the pieces closer. And actually, rook b8 was the last piece to join. Makes sense to have it in the attack. rather than thinking about bishop c4 just yet.
Yeah, only thing is that with the rook still on f8 after bishop c4, we could still think that maybe we want rooks on c8 in case we get knight c4 and then some knight a3, knight b2 tactics working.
But how does white deal with the threats now? b4 and I think b4 and knight c4 are both annoying, at least.
Yeah, sometimes that's enough. Just to have annoying moves in your mind. Doesn't matter if they work, if they don't work. That's for the opponent to calculate. Maybe king a1? No, b4.
And on b4, yeah.
I wanted to play something in this.
Queen a5. Okay, but then I'm pinned at least, yeah.
And hoping that it's not possible to unpin.
Is rook b5 a move here?
Rook to b5. Okay.
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
Although now I don't think I'd do anything if I take on a3. So if you take the rook, pawn takes knight b2.
Yeah, it seems
It doesn't do anything, no?
not very natural square. Also, we could just take, and take.
Okay, that's actually a bit annoying. Well, but often queen a6 is still pinned.
And now we just go to that.
It just doesn't work. Okay. It was a fun try. Doesn't work.
But
We
maybe
take
something
it
in
back.
knight c6,
Knight c6, yeah.
to develop queen e5 check and yeah, just try to create some attack. Yeah, it's certainly annoying to play against such a problematic position.
It's never easy to defend, no? Find the right moves.
Yeah, if you
But
don't
okay,
have counter game ideas. Okay, maybe knight e6 now. Because
and
this knight...
after, you want bishop g4 or bishop c4? C4 maybe.
g4, c4. I mainly actually wanted to be able to play king e2 sometimes, not to have knight hanging.
Okay.
Um,
Simple things.
yeah, but queen e5, this is so strong. Maybe queen to f4. Again, just trying to stop black from achieving the dream position.
Doesn't look like the attack is going any further, no? For black? At least for now.
But in the same time, a lot of progress has been made.
Maybe now
And,
knight e5, g5.
or e5 and getting knight to d4.
That's nicer, yeah. Let's go with that.
Yeah, now also we just want to take on a3 as well sometimes, and you can just come later rook b4 and take everything.
There's no time for h4, h5, no? For white.
I don't think so. Feels slow as an idea. Oh, that's a bit too much. We just take on e2. Okay, a check. And now h5. Okay. Oh, we at least have some mate ideas. Yeah, but these knights... Okay, I keep blundering. So the knight on f4 is hanging. Okay, let's take on c2. And then I don't know what to do with white. King a2 maybe? Since on king b2 I just had an idea to take on a3 and after hg just to take on c4 with a check. Or that's nothing. It's too many moves to calculate ahead. I have no idea what's happening. Yeah, but this is great for black. If something like this happens, it's just great for black, of course. So would have to be some very direct lines. Whether they work, whether they not work, no idea. Something like this. Ah, but that could work out actually good. And white is winning all of a sudden.
Rook d5. And all is good. A lot of things have happened here. Too many things.
Yeah, that was a lot of moves that we did. So maybe actually even just e5 now immediately is a strong way to continue. You know, something
And
queen
queen
g4,
g4, yeah,
just rook c7.
with the same knight d4 plan.
Yeah,
So
and white probably doesn't have big plan here.
if takes on d6,
Knight d4.
knight d4. We have a move, and it's rook f1, just not caring about any of that.
Yeah, it's not clear if king a1 actually helped anything at all. Although, wait, there was no pin on the king with the pawn on b3. Yeah, no idea. But maybe we'll see that. b4, knight a4, queen a5, b3. I don't know.
Something like that will probably happen. We'll see what black decides on here.
Because there is no way that we can take, and would be nice to play something like knight d5 and exchange queens, but that is a checkmate.
Unfortunately.
So there can be nothing else, and this position is probably not a good one.
Not a good one, yeah. Maybe a5, no? Is coming also with a4.
Yeah, the most simple approach, just get another pawn there, open the king as much as possible, and that's it.
I thought for a moment that knight a2 was possible, but I think just queen a3.
Queen a3, queen c5, yeah.
Queen c5 maybe even better, yeah. To not calculate knight b5.
Yeah, it's nice if we can keep advantage without calculating. It's like the
a4 is happening anyway. Okay. Should we take a short break while things develop here?
yeah, let's do that, and we'll be back then with all the big action of the round. Let's hope that the players will stop agreeing to draw, and we'll have one
Give us some
game.
excitement, please. Give us some excitement.
Yeah, so let's take a break, and we'll be back with you shortly. Hello, we are back after a break. Refilled all the drinks, refreshed, and ready to jump into the action of this round 5 of Sharjah Masters 2025.
Do we have any action? Tell me that we have some action, please.
I think we are very close to it. This game has been building up on board 4, and I think it's very ripe. It's just about to be ready.
I like your optimism.
Uh, yeah, so some after king a2, finally the preparational moves were over and c6 was done. G3, kicking the knight out, bishop d3 immediately, knight getting back to f6, and now we have an exchange on d5, of course keeping the bishop from g7 still closed, and now knight is still regrouping, but it's almost there on the perfect square on d6. And once it gets there, then b5, b4, c4, everything is ready.
Once the knight
So
gets to d6, ladies and gentlemen, the action begins.
So that's why I have a feeling that we are very close to the action. And white, that means that cannot just sit and wait. White also needs to do something. And so it means action.
I was, while you were drawing these nice arrows for black, I was trying to figure out if there's anything we can do against the pawn on e5. Because knight c4, b5 is forces me back, no?
Probably.
What about knight f3? But knight f3 you can take on e4, maybe?
And f4 maybe.
But then I'm not doing something against the pawn. I'm just trading the pawn.
No, we're not reading it. We are going. Those are
You're
some
going with
beautiful
e5.
pawns. And now the knight on e8 is not very happy, I think.
But I think black could change the move order. Maybe take first on e4, or is something happening? So take on e4. The pawn
Right.
on c5 will be hanging. Okay, that's important.
Yeah,
And take.
we have action. At least
And
that
now,
is for sure happening. Okay,
now I
knight
can
takes
even
c5.
take, take directly, no?
And if you keep taking,
How's 96?
that's what I was hoping for, that this is good. And now black has a lot of different moves available. So very hard to choose and decide which could be the main one.
Okay, bishop takes g6 is a threat, right? So it has to be something that stops that. But queen e7, queen f6, you have knight d5.
Okay, queen.
Queen h4. Okay, yeah.
Black has the g3 pawn, white has e6 pawn. Which one is stronger?
The e6 pawn is blocked already.
Uh, but g3 pawn, yeah.
Yeah. So what can, I don't know. I'm thinking if we could go e7, but rook f2 maybe, or rook f7. I don't know which one. I
That
don't see
seems so
anything
pleasant.
happening on g6. Oh,
Wait,
we
did that
actually do
happen?
have this. Yes, we came back after the break with magical powers. We're
But yeah, but
conjuring up moves.
but I think that white simply run out of preparational moves here, because the moment knight d6 comes, it just becomes so good for black. Like all of a sudden, so you just had to act immediately. And now
I think
you
knight
can also,
d4 is the other knight. But the knight on c3 in the final position that we had was, yeah, was well placed. We don't really want to hold on to the knight on d2.
I just think that here he's gonna take back on f4.
That was another option, yeah.
The g3 pawn was scary a little bit.
But what if now he defends and plays b6 instead of taking on f4?
That is a bit passive, very
Knight
slow.
g5?
Knight g5, yeah.
And you were going to take on g6. No, you're not, because... Oh, you actually will. The knight is hanging now. Yeah,
Okay, then we take.
it's an unfortunate.
I don't know if it
And
has a point.
does it work? Let's see. King to where? G8 or H8? No, so there are no checks.
Now we play positionally.
Now you play positionally.
It's successful already. We managed to sacrifice a piece, so now we can just play normal game.
Okay.
Okay, d6.
And rook e7, 95.
Yeah, we have these ideas. And the queen leaves, then I have the idea to take and play d7 maybe? Maybe, because there is also the check. Hmm.
I'm trying to bring a piece on the h file, but I don't see how. Maybe with rook. Yeah, rook d5 is not going to do it either. Okay,
Ready?
so here maybe black. What? Get pieces out, queen g5.
g5, then rook e7 does look very nice. Since it comes with the tempo.
Oh. And you're going to let me know that the knight is on e8 does not do good against the pawn on d7, no?
But I could even do this
Yes,
as a
that you can
threat.
do.
And that would actually be at least full compensation, I think, for white. Since those guys should cancel out each other. So after rook e7, it's not that easy to make a move from black side now.
Okay, maybe bishop f5. Yeah, but that's not going to work because you can take, and on rook takes, I think you have d7. I thought I could take the rook, but no, my knight is hanging there.
Yeah, that works nicely, yeah.
Oh, no, it doesn't work. So how is it? Takes, rook takes. If you take on e8, rook takes, yeah? And queen f5, there's bishop c3. And queen e2.
So we are getting to some draw now, yeah? After rook d7, and we exchange queens,
e6.
and we have a draw.
Okay. I thought you found some perpetual.
Just liquidate everything.
If this was correct, I don't know if it was correct. Maybe there were other things.
But in the position like this, from the white side, we also have moves like that, actually.
Could we try to even take on f5? Do we have enough compensation? Because we do play d7 afterwards, no? You taught me yesterday that this is not a queen down. It's an extra, what was it? It's an extra exchange.
Yeah, that's correct, Matt. Let's see if it works. But here the problem is that we give up the rook for the...
Yes. Yeah, you're not going to get the bishop on g7, no? Knight h5 will defend easily, if anything.
But queen e4, I think, was winning for white with the double attack
Yeah,
on the
let's
two
see queen
pieces.
e4. Yeah.
It was just was immediately finishing it.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So one of those is coming with a check, so that's gonna be always in time to take something.
So that's just another way to be a piece up. A better way. Okay, so bishop f5 doesn't really work. Rook d8 doesn't really work.
So maybe not queen g5 if the queen is not really useful
Queen
there.
g5.
Maybe something like knight f6. Then again, rook e7. I don't think this is good for white, but I think it's annoying for black. can just keep doing those little attacking moves.
I think you're threatening queen g2 at some point as well, no? Something on g7.
Yeah.
Yeah, check bishop f7 maybe. Maybe now queen g2,
Yeah,
but
at least.
g7 is protected.
That's a big improvement for the queen on h7 compared to d8 in this position.
Yeah.
Oh, this is hanging. Okay.
That is hanging, but you can deal with it easily.
And maybe we run out of pieces with which to attack at the moment. The knight should get to g5 or somewhere over there. It would be all very nice, but it doesn't get there.
Can we make rook g1 work?
Still not easy to make moves for black. Have to do a lot of precise calculating.
Yeah, but I don't have a threat because when I move the bishop backwards somewhere to c4, then you have knight h5. And if I put it on g6, I block my own queen. If I put it on e8 to take it with a knight, unfortunately.
Yeah, and no bishop g8 as well.
No bishop g8. No.
Yeah, so
maybe bishop e6 could be.
but that will be exchanged with a check.
I thought, oh, it was a check. Yeah, that's bad news.
Yeah, probably white is not ready for anything like this. Just black has enough activity. White's king is weak enough for this not to be working. It could work in a blitz game nicely, but in a classical game, probably you shouldn't do it. But what if you go h4 now?
And on rook h4, knight f7.
Yeah.
A little bit of threats. Yeah,
Well,
because
then
I
I
really
like.
want to. I really want to sacrifice on g6, not on h7, to be honest. I think
Yeah,
the knight on h5 is much more useful.
and I had trouble getting rid of the h pawn in the previous lines, so we just push it forward.
Win-win.
Oh, this could be very good for white.
Maybe, yeah, knight d6 doesn't work, no? Simply take on g6.
It could work. Bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
Ah, but we can as minimum take back the piece.
Nice.
And that
Yeah.
makes us pawn up.
Even? Pawn up, okay.
Oh,
That's
but
good news, yeah. h4 is hanging.
It's a small pawn though, because bishop gets to b3. Yeah, h4 is hanging, bishop gets to b3. Maybe that's not so good news after all. Still, we can get rook d8 with the tempo. The knights seem to be a bit awkward.
Yes, they are. I would like to have the knight on c4, but that's not going to happen. So I have to have it on either e4 or b5. e4 maybe. b5, I don't know. Doesn't have a future.
Yeah, but this could be simply just great for black with those knights and no
I like black
coordination.
better. Yeah.
Yeah, so taking back a piece doesn't exactly do much, but also queen h5, I think it also doesn't do very much. Unless there's something brilliant now, like rook
Like
e6.
a rook somewhere, yeah. And if takes with the bishop?
Then we have check
Oh, you
and
have
check.
96. Yes, 96 is check. How many pieces? Ah, you don't need pieces. You have a bishop also on g7. It's going for
Oh,
checkmate.
yeah. But I'm not sure if there's any threat on rook e6.
Rook g6? No.
Uh,
It's not easy to find moves for black either. Maybe rook a7 to defend. Or queen f8. Yeah.
the Queen of 8, yeah. Simply.
Well, I have a draw, no? With rook. Oh, no, I don't have a draw. You will
Yeah,
cover with a queen. No, there's knight f7.
so
That might be a perpetual. Queen f7.
here.
And it's knight f7 if you cover.
Yeah, that seems to work as a draw. I don't want to draw. So let me first take on c3. Now I assume white needs to take.
I was considering the same rook d6.
But I do have a g7 square now.
Does it help you?
I'm not sure.
You can go to h6.
Yeah, I can go to
Maybe
h6.
it's no mate. So curious that there's no checkmate here. But okay, you have too many pieces. The extra bishop and rook
Yeah, and if white takes
do
on
help.
c3, then already rook's f2, queen e5, and checkmate could be coming the other way.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
e
pawn takes
takes
f4
f4.
was played, yeah.
Yeah, I expect g takes f4, but then I don't think b6 will be played. I think something more aggressive will be done by black to use the momentum.
Like what?
Something more aggressive.
I think that was actually... no, it was not played, sorry.
What about c4?
I will take. What can I do?
d8?
Maybe go back to d3? b5?
b5? Probably b5. Or now we take on f4. I think it's a big progress to get rook c8 with a tempo.
And not allow knight g5. Not have a knight on g5 for white.
Yeah, with the bishop on g7, if there is no attack, this should be good for black. G takes
Yes,
f4
there
was
we go.
played, yeah, that's what we have on the board. The Sorry, is the dog heard in the microphone or no?
No, no.
It's fine. If it is, then yeah, please let me know.
Oh, now I can hear. Yes. Now I can hear.
Okay.
But I think it's fine.
Okay.
I don't think it's bothering.
Yeah, I think c4 is a very good move now because the c pawn is it's kind of useless.
I
But the
was
c
wondering
file,
if you can do something similar by playing first rook c8 and c4 without sacrificing the pawn.
but then we do get knight g5.
And on c4, you're just going forward with bishop g6, no? No secrets about that.
Yeah, no hidden agenda, just sacrifice and
The obvious
checkmate.
things. Yeah.
But even this might not be at anything as well.
Knight f7 is two pieces, yeah.
Yeah, just do this and play with two bishops in the sharp position. Something like queen f8, queen g8. No idea which is the square, but
Yeah.
yet
No, this black is probably doing great here. The pawns on f4 and h3 are very weak.
yeah, two bishops is just something very powerful on its own.
Even for an exchange. But
Yeah.
here it's 2 pieces for a rook. Okay, so c4 immediately if has to be played if we go for this idea.
Okay, here.
Even
What
here,
about
yeah.
96? Ah, but you don't need to take even. Okay. I wanted to make something cool with knight d5, rook d7 work, but black can just ignore it and play
Now
queen f6.
the bad part about sacrificing pieces, they can give them back.
And I don't have time to get any intermediate 96 in.
Because
But
pawn
okay.
takes d3.
Yeah, just takes. Okay, let's then take it slower. Bishop e4.
Okay, but now if the knight goes to d6, isn't this okay?
Let's see. Maybe.
Not really. Not really. Okay.
I don't know. I'm just trying to make it work in some way.
Well, I'm going to take that pawn on f4 to make sure you don't have h5.
F1.
Yeah. Let's get maybe the queen out to f6.
Okay. And now. Okay, we take. Now, in this case, it's not gonna do anything, I guess. No, it
I
does
would
something.
Yes.
Takes.
You are threatening a little bit of mate. So bishop f5.
And now queen d6.
Ah,
And now we have a good follow-up.
yeah. Yeah, it's no longer 2 bishops. So bishop f5 was forced, no? Just
Well,
before
there's
here.
queen f5, but
that gives back the knight immediately.
yeah, there are some lines like this available immediately as well.
Okay, I have queen c2. I was looking for queen e2, but of course, queen c2.
Maybe. But I assume it doesn't do
So if I
anything.
wait, if I take,
I was thinking
you give a
here,
check.
here, and maybe take.
Uh-huh. But rook e8, knight h7. Okay, knight h7.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think about this, but this final position seems to be nice. And at least it's not boring. We have action, sacrifices that
No,
at least partially work out.
anything but boring, yeah.
And players have to play this now with under 20 minutes on the clock.
Maybe not exactly this, but they have to figure out. Yeah, I'm curious what he will go for after pawn takes f4. So will it be c4 immediately? And we saw that rook c8 might also be interesting, no? In the current position.
But here, actually, it could be that black can do something else and not take the piece. Since we do have a move. Yet it's hard to imagine what to do. Yeah. Okay, perhaps we just keep taking pawns.
Maybe what we could do actually after taking on g6, king g8 was also defense, right? Isn't that also defending against the mate?
After
Yes,
take on
takes.
g6 and now
Yes,
king g8.
king g8.
It feels like it's daring white to deliver some tactic, but
Sorry.
okay, so here, and rook g1. Or immediately rook g1. Which is the better way? Maybe
to
with
figure
the
out
king.
what you want. 96 you want.
Yeah, let's go rook g1.
Yeah,
And
but
as a
maybe.
backup, I have this plan.
Oof, I don't like your backup plan, no.
Just to be a pawn up.
Queen f6 works? No. Because takes and 94. Yeah, it doesn't work.
It takes, wins something.
Yes. Okay, queen f6 out of question. Bishop f5 doesn't work because of your backup plan. Or queen g7.
Yeah,
What
then
else
we
is there?
take back the queen. Queen f8 is mate in 1.
Rook f8
Okay.
is also made in 1.
So most like queen d4.
Okay, but now what about queen h7 and rook f1?
It has to be calculated. Or king to
No, I think it's king
e7.
e7. Yeah. Now I'm running out of checks. It cannot be, no?
The very brave king.
Yes. But then again, yesterday we're taking the king for a stroll all the way to g3. Why wouldn't we take it to c7 today? It's such a normal walk to
Yeah,
c7.
it should be a norm already. Nothing spectacular about it.
Rook e1 doesn't help because it just helps the king go to d8. No, I don't have anything after king d8.
It feels so, yeah. Okay, maybe it's then knight e6.
Yeah, I will probably take that. And claim that the pawn is making up a good defense for my king. I'm not gonna
Oh,
take it.
because I don't have rook f7. Okay.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
never rook f7. That's annoying.
Yeah, so then something like this should work.
But maybe queen g6 and now you do threaten rook f7.
Do I?
Ah, you don't. Queen d7 is no mate. I
I
thought it was
partially
checkmate.
threaten it, but yeah. Yeah, but here could be even rook f8 back.
Yeah.
Yet, 95. It never ends.
95 was nice. 95 is very nice, actually, yeah. Okay, not rook f8. But 95 is a threat to many other moves, no? Like rook h6, still 95.
Yeah, now with the pawn defended on e6, 95 seems to be rather effective.
Yeah,
Five.
just move the bishop or something.
And let's see if it works or no.
I think it works. Knight takes, queen takes, king e8, king d8, there's e7.
Okay, here we have a fork.
Ah, because queen d7 will be mate. Queen d7 is mate. And
Oh,
knight
and
a4.
that's
Yeah.
nice. That's very nice. And here on king d8, then we have just e7, king c8, and we can just promote.
Yeah, but it's only equal. It's not like.
Well, there's an h pawn, and and there's also knight b5.
Ah,
So
that's convincing.
unescapable. Knight
So that's
b5.
winning completely. So rook f7 did work in the end. On bishop e5.
Okay, then maybe rook f8 now is the way to still survive in this one.
But knight d5?
Then I take on e6.
Okay.
And I threaten checkmate in 1.
Unfortunately, yeah. Okay. It's knight e7. Yeah.
Okay,
Should
he
have come
does
back.
take rook f4 now. And on rook f4, we were considering knight takes c5, I guess.
I think so.
Yeah, otherwise, not much is happening. But the feeling is that black is controlling things in all the lines, and white is the one who has to be like very, very creative with an attack. Knight c5 played immediately. Rook c8.
We didn't look at this, no? No.
No, rook c8 we did not look at all.
We did have something similar at some point, and we said that knight b7 drops the piece, no? It's not coming out. How
Yeah,
is
knight b7,
we had,
yeah.
I think we had something like this, and we looked also at knight e6, maybe some different position.
Yeah, we
But
looked at
here,
something at knight e6, but here it feels...
it's not so good because with the rook on c8,
it's a lot of activity.
yes,
Queen can go so many different directions. There's all those threats. But also I was wondering, after rook c8, do we have knight takes d7 now?
Queen takes, yeah.
And bishop b5.
Queen b5.
Knight b5.
We take, and knight d8 is hanging, no? Yeah. Have to play bishop f8, but that's not nice. d6
pawn is
to be
very, very fast.
Rook f2, rook b1. Just defend.
So maybe black picks up the d6 pawn. That's still good. But of course, white has minimum draw after b7.
Ah, right.
So it's only about whether you can win this with white or no. And you might be able to with some moves like knight e4, knight e6. And then there's a fork,
No,
and we
actually,
take.
knight d4 is not nice.
Or it's very nice, depending who
Depending
you're
which side
cheering
you're
for.
looking at, yeah.
So just taking is probably not the way to go, but what is concerning me is some moves like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's always there.
I don't know what to think about this position. Who prefers this exchange?
Yeah. It's tough to say. But white feels a little bit shaky also, no? Yeah, c4.
Yet the knight doesn't have a good square. If knight could land on c5, probably there is no question. But the knight is on e8, and it's gonna take a while before it becomes a useful piece.
And b5 here, just to try to open up things.
Yeah, we have some moves like queen b2 and take the pawn.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna take with the queen, so don't lose d5.
Yeah, if knight g7, yeah, or knight f6, then I take with the queen.
Yeah.
Okay, but also here, knight here, bishop d5. Of course, it's not forced to go for the exchanges, and we can play queen f7. Although this forces...
Takes and d6, yeah.
Or just... oh, we can't take on a4. Okay. But yeah, d6, and it's probably risk-free for white. This is an insurance policy, just... that,
just running all the way.
Yeah, making sure that nothing here is to worry about, because we always have d7. If all things go bad, we can just play d7.
Yeah, I was checking queen f7 out, but yeah, doesn't really help. No? Rook f2,
f2, d7. I'm
you're
just
just gonna
queening.
go d7. But okay, I could take the queen, no? And is that winning?
Oh, I put the king on a1. Okay.
Ah,
So
okay.
let me put king on b1, that the queen will be protected, yeah.
Yeah, then it works, yeah. I was wondering why we're not taking on a4 and getting a queen for free later. Yeah. Okay. Did he took on d7, right?
He took on d7. So I think he has to place the bishop c3 line. Or maybe there's something much more tricky than that. Like, maybe it's better to have a dark square bishop rather than
a rook.
Rather than rook, yeah. I mean, it's a nice
Yeah,
bishop.
but I was wondering about this, but do we have enough pieces to do that?
He took on
Enough pieces
c3
around them. With what?
with the bishop. Bishop takes c3 was played.
Okay.
Okay, but in that case, if I compare this position with this awkward knight to the position that we could have gotten, I think by force by including c4, and I do like this way better. If there is nothing more clever than bishop d3, then this version seems to be just more sound for black. Everything is covered. There's no weakness. Well, like every square is completely controlled. The king is safe, and we have two bishops. Maybe in this moment there is something after rook c8. Yet.
Maybe defend in a different way. Queen somewhere in d3, but how does that help?
Yeah, problems remain. All the problems that White has remain.
Maybe there are some ideas with d6 and queen d5 now, or knight d5 and knight d7 or something.
Oh, then knight g5 is coming. Okay. Okay, but we play h6 and
if queen d5, knight f6.
Yeah, queen d5, knight f6, and the square is very well guarded now. And then some tactics could come along the c line, c file.
Okay, and if I went knight d5 instead of queen d5? Well, knight d5 I like, because now knight d7 and g6 is hanging.
Yeah, one thing is to
unless
calculate
you find
to calculate this. I don't know how to do that, but
well, I don't think. Yeah, I think knight f4 just doesn't work because I don't have anything after knight g6.
Yeah, immediately it probably doesn't work. If there's any intermediate move.
Okay, what about defending with some rook c1? But you take the knight, no? You want to take the bishop? Queen takes, and what? Knight f6, and everything is pinned on every side. Or knight d6, okay.
I just wanted knight d6.
Yeah.
Very simple. Just using those power of two bishops.
Yeah.
And the same goes for rook c4. I still just want to play knight d6. No. Or do I?
I don't know. I'm calculating.
Okay, but yeah, I just felt like that was the way to go. And oh wow, what is that? Rook takes e8.
I'm speechless. I don't know what to understand here. Let me what?
Okay, knight b6 is the point. Okay, now we see it. We got completely taken.
You
by
get two
surprise.
pieces for the rook.
So it felt strange positionally, but it also, because it felt strange, there are also some tactical, I guess, issue with this line. So bishop cannot move because we just take on c8 and we just win the game. And now
Okay.
also,
But what does he play on rook c7? d6? Must be d6.
because we
Here,
cannot take.
yeah, I was hoping that queen e3 here.
Uh-huh. With rook
Okay, but you can
f2.
maybe play d6 and just ignore the rook f2 move.
Okay, that is very mean, but it's very
Take the rook,
effective.
no? It works, right?
Yeah, the knight is
It does
supporting
work.
this.
There is a check, but it doesn't help on e6.
Yeah, one check, but c8 is very well supported. Wow. It feels like a blunder. Yeah, I just reminded. We don't know for sure what's happening. We are not using any engine assistance whatsoever. We don't even have an evolution bar. So it's just us guessing the moves to whatever we can manage to calculate on our own here. And that's why, if anybody is following the games with an engine, the stuff that we are saying might not sound that smart.
Well, but from a practical point of view, if this is not winning for white, it feels very difficult to play for black.
Okay, some tactic in this moment. Maybe queen e3.
Yeah, but now I take on c8, and then the bishop's hanging with check, no?
Oh, with the check. Okay, I want to take bishop b2 now.
I try to make something like this work, but the check is...
Check finishes the game. Yeah.
I think it does, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, and no, queen e5 doesn't do anything because we have no rook f2 anymore. Yeah, it's that. It seems like a blunder just. The
So
whole
which one was
line.
the blunder then? The bishop c3 was the blunder? Where was the blunder then?
The rook f4? No, I
Starting
probably
from rook
here.
f4, you think?
No, here probably there is some move, but like rook f4 in combination with rook c8. Because now, after this knight d7, this just leads to a bad endgame. And bishop c3 just doesn't work. Perhaps the engine is still going to show that this is fine to play. With knight
Perhaps,
getting...
but it doesn't feel so comfortable, does it?
No, yeah. With the knight getting to d6, maybe getting b5 on the board, and yeah, just having this kind of strange fortress type of situation that if white does something, their king becomes very, very big due to the a4 pawn and bishop on g7.
Yeah, hoping for a blockade, maybe with the bishop on d4 in case of c4, no? Something like that, and threatening all kind of things. Well,
Oh.
comparing to what we have now, this would have been better for sure.
Yeah, rook e8 though, that was a surprise. Just probably could be seen by our facial expression when we saw rook e8 and try to understand what is going on.
And the silence that we suddenly had. So,
Okay, can the
is
knight
there
be
anything we
trapped?
can try? Yeah, let's see if we can try something else.
Because now the knight has no squares.
But how do you attack it? Because if you play rook f6, then it goes to c4, right?
Or a4, just takes.
Or a4, yeah, that's true.
So the rook cannot move from f4 if we want to trap it. But there's no way to attack it. Yeah, there's just no way. I mean,
Also,
maybe
I'm not sure. Yeah.
maybe
Queen
something like this is a try to have a game still.
uh-huh.
So we attack on c3. If the knight moves, we take on d5 with a check. Oh, but what about c4? Ah, but maybe then queen to d4 or something like this.
Takes on a4. Rook d2. And maybe some rook c. Ah, there was some rook c4 also. No, I don't know if it worked.
Move ago?
Okay, even here there's also rook c4. No, and rook d2. Does it work here as well?
Oh wow, that's nice.
But I don't know if it's any different. So we have moves. We have rook c7. But I was going to say that here maybe even d6 is a possibility.
And after rook c6?
Keep going.
Oh,
No,
and
the
after
way to
queen
keep.
g8, just bishop c8, c4, yeah? Or
I don't know.
or how?
I hadn't seen the check, but bishop c4 is a good reaction to it. Yeah, bishop c4, no? And d8.
Yeah, there is not much to do.
But rook c4 and d8 and rook d4. Ah, no, you take the rook, the queen. Okay.
Yeah, that would be all nice. Yeah, but it's a check. And we
Mhm.
can just take the queen. That's the big problem here.
Because this d6 looks very forcing if everything works. But maybe it's rook f7?
And now?
Ah,
Now we want to take it. If king goes, we
yeah.
want to take it. And if bishop c4, then we take with this rook. And that should not work.
No, I don't think this would work anymore. No, d7, rook d4 does work now. Yeah.
So I think bc, queen e5. And now rook c3 is not that big of threat, so we do have time to make some move. Maybe even knight takes a4 is good enough. We allow queen d5, and worst case we can play king b1, knight b2.
Mm-hmm.
And that should be at least
Try to
safe.
regroup. Yeah, try to regroup later.
But that feels like a worst case scenario. Maybe something as c4 is just the way to go.
I would like to keep the d5 pawn if possible. Did we really have to give it up? So c4 was the line and queen d4 was the problem, no? But on queen d4, we have queen b2 maybe. And trade queens.
We have still rook f2.
Rook f2 and yeah, okay.
And now after rook d2 we
Bishop
take, and we
c2.
lose this.
Bishop c2.
It's gonna be taken.
Ah, it's gonna be taken and rook d4. Wait,
Oh,
you're
rook
tricking me.
d4 also. Oh,
You're
there's
tricking me.
another one. Apparently I am. I was not aware of that. Yeah, there is also a rook. Oh. So that doesn't work. And now on queen e3, there was... Okay, we have rook f7
Rook
as a
f7.
move. Okay, but rook f7 is a move that is just playing... Okay, it's claiming my position is bad, but I'm gonna try to find some tricks.
Rook f2 is not even a big threat, no? Because, oh, actually, rook f2 is, and on rook d2, queen e3 might be the threat.
Yeah, but what if we
And
played
knight
a
c4, yeah.
very simple knight c4?
Yeah.
And maybe he wants to do this, this, and this. Still no threat though. Or at least not a very big threat.
Could go d6, yeah.
d6
No,
takes. Ah, but queen
queen
c4.
e6. Yeah.
Ah, no, there is no queen e6.
No, but after rook f2, maybe there is.
Okay, so rook
Rook
f2,
f2. I wanted d7, but now you do have queen e6.
and now you can take queen e6. Yeah.
Could you have taken on c4?
Yeah, that was
Also, I think so
still.
because it all comes with check. Ah, no, d2 is covered. Yeah, I was going rook d2 here, but it's covered.
Yeah, that's was my trick, but yeah, there's just queen takes d7. Okay, so it is maybe practically a bit unpleasant still this after queen e1. Yeah, so do
Is
have to
there
be a bit.
anything? Yeah, maybe not knight c4. Is
Then,
there anything else? Rook d2. Yeah, queen e1 then I guess.
but then we have a move.
Queen rook e2.
Then we have time to put the rook on the light square where it's very well guarded. He does go rook d2. Yeah, this is the kind of move that you just have to do when there's little time and a lot of hanging pieces. It's a very safe move.
Because now on queen e3, knight c4 at least comes with tempo, and again you regroup.
This looks like, yeah, it should be game over. You're playing for tricks because there's time trouble, but practically speaking, it's game over. Only if white blunders d5 pawn, then there is, I think, a hope.
Yeah, then there's the game. Yeah. So we're probably going to have a decisive game here. There was
Does look
also a
like that.
draw on board 6, so it might be the only decisive game in the first 6 boards.
Yeah, but it's a very strong tournament so far by Dai Changren.
Yeah.
And yeah, just very, very convincing performance. And whenever things get tactical, then he comes out on top. So
Yeah.
far, it's been the case. But we have also board 3 running with a lot of development and mutual time trouble.
Yes, but it also looks quite solid. None of the things that we were hoping would happen happened.
Yeah, the
Things
pawns got
with
exchanged.
b4, things with attacks, nothing.
Yeah, we just have to say that's very rude by the players.
But
But
look, on the bright side, Ivic did win his game, I think, shortly after we saw that position with the pawn on a3. It
oh,
didn't
okay.
last much longer.
So our assessment was correct. That
Yeah, that
it's
was board 9. Yeah.
mhm. Yeah, moves like h3 now being played. Everything is tied down. Nobody can move, but yeah, just making positional improvements.
Because also it might be easy to go wrong, perhaps.
Yeah, everything is defending everything, but the moment you start moving, it could be that it's not doing that anymore. I still like black's position though.
There is a pin on the d file, yeah? Can we use it?
What about b4 as a move? Black was
We
as
insist.
tried.
We insist, please.
Black was trying to play it solid. Let's try to ruin it very quickly.
You
No,
have a
but
nice try there, nice trick, because if takes, queen takes, there's some nice c4 ideas, no?
yeah, that's a
That you want to use.
there are
Well,
pins in every
he might be
direction.
listening to you. He might be listening to you.
Yeah,
He's going for a5.
but if you cannot take on b4, then a pawn is not necessary. And because after b4 and a4, well, now I want to make work some tactics with c3 square somehow. I still have no idea how.
Maybe now you can go for knight c6 somehow, yeah, and trade on d4 and some queen c3.
The problem is that white is going to take with a rook back on d4.
Mm-hmm.
Or just go knight f3, for that matter. Yeah.
Well, that allows you to go. It doesn't allow you to go anywhere. Sorry.
So a5 idea, I assume, is to play a4 and then to go b4 in the next move.
Mm-hmm.
If white doesn't do anything, if white
Just
keeps... making most
Just
like
clear the
g3
c4 pawn, the c4 square, no? If he can.
and not allow
a4.
a4. Yeah, just
Yeah.
block the pawn from going a4. Yeah, it seems to be
Black is
annoying
pushing.
move. It seems to be just annoying. And that should be good. Way to play it in time trouble if it's just annoying.
Can white try to trade a lot of things with knight f3 here?
Yeah, maybe it's time to do that
I don't know if
before
it works because I don't know. I haven't calculated anything like knight takes f3.
knight f3. We can at least take on d6, so I don't think there is much to calculate.
Mm-hmm.
There are no
Rook
checks,
takes.
and we just keep taking.
All
And we
right.
don't have anything that could be theoretically hanging in the position. So, yeah, it seems like it could be time for white to act.
So then rook d2, will that be kind of the only thing left?
Rook d2, rook d2.
I
Yeah,
think he
knight
played
f3
knight
played.
f3.
And then he's gonna try to get some good endgame. Maybe now b4. Okay, all the exchange is coming
Or,
in.
or maybe they will offer a draw.
No, I think it's
They will play out.
Max.Lu would like to play out the game. He's a fighting player. I've had a lot of very long fighting games, just trying to grind it out. And if he doesn't feel like he has a risk to lose it, then I think he's just gonna be looking to fight it out. And it could be an idea if he could block the pawns in this way somehow, and then start to block on c3, or just have some checks against the king and try to expand on the king side. Black's king is safer for now than white's king, so with the queens on the board, it should count for something, at least a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, now this is a threat.
So, but b4 solves that, right? If we were going to go b4.
Yeah, b4 takes, maybe takes, not a4. Not clear.
No, maybe takes, yeah, because, well, yeah, I don't know.
Ah, but could we do this? This could be annoying if you're trying to win this from black side.
Okay, I
Since
can
now,
still probably take, yes.
and now both of those, like, I would like to exchange queens. This would be very nice.
But on queen c4, I was thinking about queen a5.
a5. Okay. Yeah, but now at least we activate with everything.
Knight d5.
Something is coming here.
Something
Oh,
is
queen
coming.
a check and then there. Oh, wow. Okay, but I do have also
Yeah,
moves like knight
you have
b5.
moves, unfortunately. Okay,
Knight f5 played.
knight f5.
Passing on
Where is
knight
the
from
knight
e7.
strategy?
Coming to d6 somewhere.
So what was the defense against queen a8? Because we thought this was a threat.
Yes, it's just provoking on something
Queen
like
f,
this. Or
queen
queen
f3.
f2. Again, just guessing, of course, but
What about knight e3
knight e3.
instead?
Oh,
I
so
don't know.
oh, but then
Maybe.
no queen c3. Knight d1 fork. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but now white manages to consolidate. What is that?
Knight d1, yeah.
And then there's knight c4.
Oh, that's really nice. This is winning, no?
d1. Still running away. Uh, but
Maybe even if you take on d2, how is the endgame? Doesn't, no, I lose the pawn on b5.
yeah, the
And
b5 pawn
the pawn
drops.
on b5 drops in the end, yeah.
So this is probably not good.
No, 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 no.
Okay, but this is so hard to build there. Also, so knight c2
Wait,
at this.
what about knight c4? Ah, no, knight c4 immediately.
What
No.
about knight d3?
Okay.
Can you stop the mate? I think no.
I can go to b2 and delay the mate. I don't know if it's
Yeah, but
stopping it.
it's
No, this
slightly
looks good.
delaying it. Yeah. Wow, knight d3 is a funny concept. Just, of course, you can still go king b1.
Is this still going on? 91?
This is like my biggest nightmare to play with 4 knights in time trouble. I don't see how something drops immediately.
b4?
Yeah, but then we can... Oh, c3 thinking. Okay, that's... Oh, no, b2 is checkmate.
But you can take on d3.
I can?
I don't know. Ah, you take on d3 first. Okay. Okay, okay.
Then this is gonna fall.
Yes.
Well, b4 is incredible follow-up.
Knight a4 maybe?
I have no queen moves. What is going on?
I'm looking for some knight move because it discovers, but I don't know. I don't see any good ones.
And if we come here, then just queen c3, I guess. Can it be true that this is possible to play? Okay, let's take some steps back. Knight d3 was pretty, but it was not forced.
Queen d4 actually looks very challenging, no?
Yeah, but on king c1, it seems like not much has
Okay.
happened. Wait, knight c3 immediately. Yeah, I wanted to
Yeah,
say that
he doesn't want to find out what's going
knight
on there.
e3 was not forced. The queen e3 move was always very unpleasant, and just doing it different way. But okay, now knight d6 looks to be knight is. Oh no, knight d6. We have queen d5, and we are not in time.
And
And
b4?
before we probably take and go knight
Knight
a4.
d5? Ah, knight a4. Not knight
Knight
d5?
knight e5. Knight a4 was a safe move. Knight a4 is an attempt to play it for 3 results still. But yeah, it seems to be good. Knight c6 we have to play, and then we can get knight c4. Unless this is the type of endgame that black actually wants to have.
I don't know what's going on here. Who is winning this?
Probably it's just a draw, but who is playing for the win is the very big question here.
This is like Indjic's game yesterday, no? We thought white was playing for a win, and then black was playing for a win, and then no. They kept switching.
Yeah, it looks like that on board 4, Dai Changren is now just convincingly winning. We can just look at the position.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
here was
What?
he played rook d2, queen d8, knight took the pawn on a4, allowed d5 to take, and after c4, queen d4 he played. Oh, And bishop
But
takes
what is...
g6, and
He took on d2 and rook f2.
now bishop f7, rook d2, king coming over. No, not there.
Maybe knight b2.
Maybe knight b2, yeah. We have knight b2, and bishop defends the pawn, and king gets out, and
Then
that's
it's
a
winning. Yeah, yeah.
very easy win. So Daichang Ren moves to 4 out of 5. Impressive result, really impressive
He
result, and
does.
impressive games so far. And yeah, joins the leaders. So for now we have 3 leaders. Or no, we have more. No, 3. Yes.
For
Since
now we have 3. Yes, we have we had the draw on board 1, and we have Dai Changren.
And we have boards also draws also on boards 6 and 7. So only person who can catch up with the leaders
Is
okay,
the
only
winner of board 3 if anyone wins this game. Yeah.
Since here it's not clear who is the playing for the win more. Is it white or is it black? Okay, if we want to make the position wild, maybe knight e3 is the move. Avoiding queen d5. And that's what's played. So he wants the position to be wild. He wants 4 knights to be jumping around with each player having no time on the clock.
This is definitely going to be a lot of fun.
Hey,
yeah, knight b5, but knight d1.
Here, and then what?
Knight f2, I can see another one, but there's a check. Okay, there's a check on 8.
But maybe that's fine, since the knight. We also had queen d4 if need be. I think I like this move better than to put my queen far away. Just from the...
I don't know which one. Let's just put a knight on d3 and we'll see which one. Maybe that one from f2.
The b3 pawn is hanking. Oh no, it's not hanking. No, it's all fine.
You think? Yeah, let's take on b5. Take on b3. Ah, it's the knight on d2. Okay.
Ah, b3. Yeah, yeah. That was what I got scared about. But no, it's fine.
I can only take on d3. That should also be fine. But I was hoping for more.
But this could get good for white if we can force an endgame with a distant passed pawn. It could be the white playing for the win already. Like something like this, forcing some exchanges. Could backfire, I think, very much. I guess it doesn't force an exchange. We always have queen d7.
And queen f5 also. But was this was not forced?
Okay, he played knight f3, not knight b5.
Maybe there was something else on knight b5.
So he probably doesn't like that many knights in time trouble on the board. He wants them gone a little bit at least. So what about b4 now as a move?
Queen e5?
Yeah. And okay, first of all, what is this endgame like?
That's a nice in between. Yeah.
But probably we're just in time again. Yeah, king gets out. King gets out very easily. So let's take with the pawn. Let's take with the pawn here. King c1 doesn't exist. King a1 doesn't exist.
King b1 exists, but queen a3 might also be... Queen a3, queen c3, knight d1. No, you have squares. Okay. But knight d1 maybe then? No, just here, knight d1 instead of...
We have the queen hanging.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, but we can take the pawn on g2. Yeah, that's probably
you
very
mean
risky.
trade and take on g2, yeah.
b4. King f8. Okay. Who knows what's happening here? That is
I'm not sure I
requiring.
like so much this for black. I'm definitely not sure that this is so easy for black. Maybe before we get here, maybe there was something better. Do we have to go for this?
No, it was an attempt to play for a win with black, of course. We don't need to. Well, we can of course always exchange on f3, and that's just safe.
And
Like
maybe
there
then
can be.
go for b4. No?
Yeah, maybe something like this. But he played knight c6 actually. If you look at the position on the board, he played knight c6. Then we got knight b5
And then we got knight c2.
with few seconds on the clock, as he's down to 35 seconds according to the clock that we have. And now, yeah, knight c2 is a move that is already saying, okay, nothing worked out. Let's just try to make it safe.
I guess there's nothing else but queen c2, or is there?
Thinking if we
Oh,
can
there
play
is.
this for a win with white now.
Yeah.
Somehow get the knight to e8 and start checkmating.
For example, knight c7, no?
c7. Knight back to e3. Probably that's too much. White needs
Too many
a lot of
movements.
moves before any threats are coming.
Knight d8, king f8. Okay, so they traded the knights.
Yeah, the knights are off, and now draw is the most likely result. But I think they're gonna still play. I think
I
they're
think
gonna
so
keep
too.
playing, yeah.
I think white can try something because his king is much closer to a5, so maybe the endgame can be a little bit better if he trades queens.
Black might need to start pushing pawns soon, so that in case of an endgame, the pawns are actually dangerous. Because just with the knight and the queen, there won't be any more enough threats. So maybe just f5.
What was, why did he play queen d2? What is the threat?
Just
Queen d7?
blocking the d file. I think no threat, just controlling more squares against the knight and having some check ideas and just gaining some space, maybe.
He goes h5.
Yeah, okay, that was another option. Now, g4 is very tempting if you're white here, but it could backfire very quickly after something like queen f1.
Yeah.
The
Knight g5 maybe?
attempts to force a draw can sometimes be the very, very wrong decisions.
Move away, maybe king a2.
Take.
Some knight e5.
d5 or knight d4.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden black is again in control.
Yeah, black is fine. Yeah, for sure. There are no threats against the black king at all.
Yeah, he tries to force a draw. It's queen g5. Well, queen e2. He wants to go queen d2. Yeah, he did this move again with seconds on the clock. Like it's tough position, I think, from white side to actually make moves here.
Is it an easy draw if we trade queens here for black? I don't think it's an easy draw, no? If queen g5, knight takes.
I think f6,
Yeah.
king f7. That would be rather.
But king c3, king c4, king b5 is coming very fast. Maybe they will repeat moves and play knight b5. A queen
No,
b3.
I think black is playing for a win. I think that will be queen e4 now. That's what I would do. I would not make a draw here. Queen e4 or queen f1. Queen e6,
Queen
okay.
6, okay.
Just something like this.
A4 idea in the future?
The thing about move like queen g5, it is that it's obvious that white is asking for a draw and already spent a lot of time, so went down a low on time, and so it means that they also are not confident about which positions to go for here. And yeah, that's usually the cue that you should keep playing and wait for opponent to make some decisions for you in a way, like when they're trying to force some things, or you just step by step improve your position, like get a square there, get a square here, and then all of a sudden already there are actual problems to be solved. Okay, queen d6 is a bit, I'm not sure why the move was played.
I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Queen g3 was not a threat, really. Take the
Yeah,
file, the other file?
maybe he wanted queen g3, but now, yeah, there's just queen g5 anyways, so he didn't think about queen d2.
No, but yeah. I don't think it was possible anyway with the queen on c3 because the knight was hanging. And queen g2 is the white knight was protected.
What is, the player is looking somewhere away from the white side. It looked like he's speaking with somebody.
Maybe yeah. He couldn't have claimed 3-4 repetition because the black queen was on a different square, no?
Yeah.
Before. It was on e2. No, he was
Okay.
just maybe checking the other games.
Maybe there's a screen that we don't know about and that we could just take a look at. So queen g3 was played. The move is not there yet, but it was played.
Yeah.
And we see queen g5, yeah. And the queen went to f2. He's gonna go to f1 now. Queen d2, queen f1, this is what we're going for. Yeah, queen is on
Yes.
f1. I liked this move initially. It was like, it's...
To be a little bit annoying, no?
Exactly. Maybe h4 is the way to go now. Just to block the structure in somewhat favorable way for white. Or,
And get knight g5.
or b4. But b4, that's again gets tricky because you can take, play queen c4, and it's not. Yeah, those are the kind of ways how you usually end up losing this kind of games. You just try to force something, and then you lose something, and then again you have to defend, drawish position, and then again you lose something. uh,
Is this the only game left? Yeah, among the first boards. So Dai Changren actually won. Yeah, we have a result.
yeah, he won the game. So he joins Giri and Alexander Indjic on 4 out of 5.
Yeah.
And it's going to be playing against one of them in the next round. I think he didn't play with any of them just yet. No, he didn't. So he's going to be most likely playing with... actually, anything could happen because Giri has the higher rating, while Indjic has the correct color.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the pairing brings.
Might be Indjic, yeah, that plays him.
Yeah, we can see by the time management and how long white is thinking that it's just unpleasant to have such queen on f1. He's nervous. He's not feeling comfortable.
King a2. Okay, I was not expecting this. I thought maybe queen c2. h4 was, I thought, also a good suggestion to get g5 as an outpost for the knight in case you can create some threats. But I
Just
guess he's just asking what black wants, no?
yeah, he's worried about his position, about any active ideas, so he's just trying to skip a move without making any problems, any weaknesses. Knight is gonna go somewhere now. Yeah, knight e7. I wanted to suggest this. No, can it be? I think we don't have some move.
No, but it works, no? Because the knight on f3 is hanging. King
Ooh,
g7?
right. Okay. And now we have the knight hanging. The queen endgame, of course, as well should be a draw, but that is already scary. Very, very scary to go for it.
It's an extra pawn for black, so why
Yeah,
not?
that's.
He does do the check, no?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be looking for another check though.
I think so.
That's 1 minute extra time to think. Yeah, queen d4 immediately played.
And king to h7, maybe?
Yeah, since queen is defending f7. Oh. And oh no, f6.
Yeah, f6. Okay.
Yeah, knight g5 was a bit scary to allow, I think. But
Yeah.
f6? Yeah, we have to improve the pawn structure. Again, now you got a move for free, so probably knight f5 or g5 is coming.
Mm-hmm. Knight f5. I'm
And that
thinking.
is a very big progress for black. Yeah, just white is skipping moves and black is making progress. And when we have both knight f5 and g5, I think g4 is gonna be an issue at that point.
I'm trying to figure out if there are any perpetual check ideas, but with the knight on f5, I think, and the pawn on g5, there are probably none, no?
Yeah, doesn't seem like it. I think he's gonna try g5
Right away,
immediately,
okay. Mm-hmm.
because then it's an extra idea to bring the knight over to f4. And knight from g6 and king on h6, that is a guarantee that there are no checks.
But on g5, he played knight f5, because on g5, I think knight g5 is a move. And he just picks up all the pawns.
Not all. One
No?
stays.
Not all? Which one?
That
Because
will
you
be.
go king f8.
No, I take and I go knight g6. And then you
Oh,
have to choose which pawn to take.
okay.
But yeah.
Obviously choose h5. I don't want that to become a queen.
Okay, but this is black getting what they want. Black already won like 3 or 4 tempos.
Yeah, now g5 coming.
Maybe on g5 he wants to go h4. Huh,
So it's
that
not that easy.
might solve it. So we needed to start with g5 and then maybe to keep the knight g6 idea. Okay, maybe he's gonna go now king here, check, and knight g7. And then queen back, and then he's gonna try something again.
Maybe play g5 there, no?
Yeah, king h7 played. The check I think will be played. If he was giving checks before, then I think he's gonna like the idea of knight being on g7, unless he plays h4 now to exclude the g5 idea completely. And that also could be a reason why we needed g5 before, while it was still available. Because now after h4, knight is kind of misplaced on f5, and it's very hard to stop this perpetual check.
Also with knight g7, but if you have a knight on g7, how are you going to try to win? No?
Yeah, then white can really stand just back and forth with the king. Or with the knight on g7, we can safely go also b4 and advance the pawn.
Queen d7, yeah.
Okay, so he doesn't want to move the pawns.
Are we going to see g5?
Knight e6 is interesting.
But after the check, he needs to go back, no? Or not? Maybe he goes king h6?
Yeah. So we still cannot take for the same reason that we didn't want to take before. And now
And now
g5.
g5. And it's
Sure.
protected.
It's protected, but still it opens up the king a bit. So still not perfect. Yeah, okay, I don't like it. Any pawn exchange helps white. So g5, g5, queen c2, we might expect.
Queen c2 and queen d2 now, no? Moving on from queen d7, queen d2.
Or g5, anyways, h4. And claiming if you go g4, then I start checking.
Right, right, and there's no covering.
With the knight on g7, it doesn't help to cover from checks. Not that easy to proceed. Played some move. g5.
He played g5, okay.
Okay, this might be the moment you need to act. Okay, he acts like this. I'm starting to
What
like
is
black's
he
chances.
trying
What
to
about
do?
h4? I feel like h4. Okay, g4. Okay, yeah.
I guess
Just
that would, yes.
we're making so much progress that soon we'll be able to exchange queens and win the endgame without queens. And that is the main danger. The moment the queens can be exchanged, then it means that the endgame becomes very hard.
But the knight on d4 is kind of okay. That's because he wants to go b4.
I think
He's
now
going for his own.
no, now a4. No, I think a4 now will come, yeah. Because if we just exchange, yeah, then it's the pawn is running. But a4 still keeps the king very restricted.
Keeping some queen b3 maybe in the future. Some checks, no?
Yeah, some tricks. Although b5,
But
b6.
he could also lose that pawn, the pawn on a4.
But that comes with the price of g2 pawn, I think. Always.
Yeah.
Is black's plan f2 and queen f2? The very...
Straightforward way to go.
Yeah, exactly.
But g3 right now, he could take on a5, and it doesn't work now because queen f2, he defends. So he took on
Okay,
b4
he took.
with the
The
pawn.
knight is very passive. That's an issue. Okay, but now with the exchange of the pawns, pawn doesn't go past b5. So maybe he starts with f5, and in b5, he just goes g3 now. Okay, yeah, he plays f5. Since there is no a6, because we have a check and picking up the pawn.
Okay, but with, okay, let's go b5 anyway. And g3 and king b2. And now there will be b6.
And this?
I just wanted to defend the queen. King? Yeah, maybe king.
And this?
b6?
Something like this.
I'm going to try my luck and push forward. Yeah, I know you
Check.
wanted a check. I saw that coming and thought my queen is in danger, but I'm gonna, yeah, king d3.
It does not seem to work, yeah. Because...
King c2.
Okay.
Hi. Oh, f4. Okay. F4,
Okay.
and I guess king b2 anyway, no? I have to get out of there to push b6.
Or maybe king b3
Or
not to
maybe
have a...
king b3.
Ah, no, but that allows the check from b1. Probably we want to limit the amount of checks. Or could it be that we had to go with the king forward to the pawn so that we could be able to
to support it.
Yeah, support it and give up some pieces as well.
I still like king b2 because I want to know how black will promote really. I just want to try that first.
Yeah, I don't like f4 move, gonna be honest. Ah, no, I got it. They want to go here.
Yeah. Okay, I have to take. No, in g3? Oh, yes.
So that's what they want
That's,
to do. And now the question is, can white find
is this
checks?
winning? But if he goes knight e2,
Now?
maybe. If he sacrifices, okay. You're actually queen e3. I don't need to sacrifice anything.
I can start checking now. No way that king has where to hide.
Yeah. Play queen e2.
Yeah, I didn't like the move f4. I think it helps.
Oh, is black forced to take?
Still have
No, there's
queen
queen
g1,
g1.
but
Yeah.
that's after queen e4, not very pretty. Yeah, I think the draw is here.
So the draw would be after the trade of queens, f3, no?
Yeah, f3, breaks
And then
takes,
knight
knight
d6.
here, knight d6, and yeah, and that's just a draw.
Yeah.
In a lot of different variations.
Queen takes looks forced. He's trying to find something, but I don't think.
I can try something queen here, maybe?
Because on queen g4, there's queen c4?
Maybe. Yeah, but knight b3
He
would
took.
be. Yeah, he took, and this is gonna be. That's gonna be over. That's it. Fighting game, but was
Yeah,
not
white
enough.
played very well. Yes.
In
We are
the right
waiting for
moment,
f3.
white reacted to, looked for his own counter game, waited, and then looked for the counter game in the right moment, and the draw is agreed. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So 1-2 game on the top 7 boards, but still an exciting round. And tomorrow we are gonna have 3 leaders.
Three leaders
Indjic,
with 4 points. Yeah.
yeah, Indjic Alexander, Giri Anish, and Dai Changren. And so the 2 of them are gonna play with each other. Dai Changren is gonna play with one of the other 2 leaders. For now, very hard to say with which one. And
the other one will play probably Abdul Satorov, right?
yeah, that's very likely. And it's not excluded that we might see tomorrow a clash Abdul Satorov Giri, since they match in the colors. And that's going to be the highest rated player getting taken higher. So that would be, of course, the super exciting matchup.
Yes.
So yeah, let's wait for tomorrow's pairings to see how that is gonna be. So tomorrow around in the same time, we're gonna be with you once again, starting from the very beginning of the round. And thank you for watching. We're gonna take. I'm gonna take some rest, and
Yes.
don't know, and
Have dinner. Prepare for
yeah,
tomorrow.
exactly. So yeah, goodbye everybody, and see you tomorrow.
Goodbye.